trial in New York.
This is a trial that should have never happened. This is a case that should have never been filed.
Now, this morning, his lawyers keep cross-examining David Pecker, former National Enquirer publisher, who's been testifying about so-called catch-and-kill stories paid to suppress negative Trump news before the 2016 election, including payments to a Playboy model.
Pecker never published her allegations. He also testified about adult star Stormy Daniels, who says she had an affair with Trump as well, but agreed to be quiet in exchange for $130,000. Trump's then attorney, Michael Cohen, made that payment to Daniels just days before the 2016 election. Pecker says he declined to purchase her story rights.
Fox's Stanley Painter, the former president's charged with falsifying records over those Daniels payments. He was not at the Supreme Court for the hearing into Trump claims he should be immune from prosecution in the federal 2020 election-related case.
Without presidential immunity from criminal prosecution, there can be no presidency as we know it.
That's Trump attorney John Sauer. Some justices seemed in their questions to be open to immunity. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson said,
one could say that when the president is using the trappings of his office to achieve a personal gain, then he's actually not acting officially.
The special counsel in the Trump case argues his actions trying to overturn Joe Biden's victory were not official presidential acts. The anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian protests rage on at more college campuses. There have been arrests in recent days from Massachusetts to New York to Georgia to Texas to California.
USC canceled its main graduation ceremony, saying it would take too much time to get roughly 65,000 students and guests through these new security procedures, though they will still host dozens of other commencement activities and reception.
Christina Coleman, America's listening to Fox News.
All right, Father's Day, graduation season right around the corner. And if you're looking for a really great, unique gift, you got to check out the personalized receiver covers from my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they're available for Henry's Golden Boy and Golden Boy Silver rifles, which come in 3 calibers, 22 LR, 22 Magnum, and 17 HMR. Just go to henryusa.com and type in personalized in your search box. Well, there you're going to find a link to the product page with step-by-step instructions. They can engrave any message that you want, up to 20 words, and the process is easy, it's simple, it's affordable, and it doesn't require a gunsmith. Check out Henry's personalized receiver covers if you're looking for a great gift for dads or grads. Make sure you get their free catalog. They mail it with free decals and a list of dealers where you live. That's henryusa.com. You get the free catalog, free decals. They have 200 rifles, shotguns, revolvers to choose from, and you're going to love this company. I know I do.
The Morning Extra, only on Extra 106.3.
Morning, y'all. Tug, Rhino, and Front Office Lowe's on Extra 106.3. Front Office Lowe's, a little under the weather this morning. He's had a cough that's kind of developed all week, and it's been, bugging him a little bit. And so he's like, you know what? I'm just going to take this morning. And he was up crazy late last night with the NFL draft. Pair those two together. It's just a tough day because he was up late into the evening on our sister station, 680 The Fan, home of the Atlanta Braves and home of the NFL, man. Just all kinds of stuff. If you love sports, that's the station you should be listening to. But we may try to check in with Lowe's a little later to talk about the Falcons pick of Michael Penix Jr. I don't know enough about him. I just saw him in the national championship and was not impressed. So
I don't get it, man.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, maybe I'm supposed to be over the moon. I don't keep up with the NFL, so to be honest with you, I couldn't care less because I don't watch the NFL. But since it's Atlanta and traditionally I've been a Falcons fan, I'll bring it up for that reason.
I said this last year. Falcons fans, welcome to being a Jets fan like me for the, at that point it was 40 years. You go and spend all your money on a quarterback, and with the 8th pick in the draft, you pick a quarterback.
Yeah.
Look, he led FBS in passing yards, great. He was third in touchdown passes, great. Not against an SEC. And maybe I'm an SEC snob, and I am. Wait, no, I don't have to maybe.
Yeah, you don't have
that.
I am. And you don't have to preface it because it's the best conference
it is
in the country. I mean, it's been that way for 50 years.
I don't get this pick. You didn't need him. You needed other things. You needed more.
We'll check in with front office.
Four season-ending injuries. in college.
Yeah.
For Michael Penix.
Yes.
I would say I didn't even know that. That's how little I know about Michael Penix Jr. I just remember him from the national championship and going, okay, well, I'm gonna see what this kid does, and then he didn't do anything. I mean, he did nothing.
I had nothing, not a thing. He looked horrible. I just don't. I guess the quarterback position has become a position where you have to be able to get out of the pocket. You have to escape. You have to be able to run. You have to be able to throw. You have to be
throw
able
on the run.
Right. And maybe that's what he's going to be. And maybe Kirk Cousins is going to teach him how to stay in the pocket a little. I don't know what the point of this pick was.
Well, we'll ask Los and see what he feels about it, because I don't keep up enough.
Just go ahead and write that season off, too.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not watching football again. They better come out and win, if they win 4 straight games, then I'm going to be like, all right, I'm going to start watching.
Yeah, you'll believe 4 is the magic number? 4
is the magic number,
Okay.
and then I can watch them implode from there. But if they go 4-0, I'm going to be like, all right, let me see what they're doing. Like I did it with the Hawks this year. I was like, all right, look, they're on this run. They're looking good. They got a good team, and then lose 10 straight, and I go, I'm done with this.
I'm done. No,
I'm a bandwagon fair weather fan.
But I think I don't think that's uncommon. I think most people. I mean, to be honest, I think most people. I mean, there's the diehards. Don't get me wrong, but I think most people are in the middle, right? There's the people who don't give a crap, and then there's the middle, and then there's the people that watch every game no matter what.
I might be a baseballist. If I'm going to be an ist, because baseball, I don't care if you're losing, I still watch.
No,
I love baseball.
Me too, dude.
Hockey, same thing. I'll watch hockey. So maybe I'm just maybe that's my white supremacy of sports is that I'll watch baseball no matter what. I don't judge how bad you are, how good you are in baseball, but other sports, I won't give you attention until you're good.
Yeah. I'm that way with that, and college football too. I'll watch college football. When Georgia was at their lowest of lows in the 90s, man, I watched every game. Didn't matter. And at the end of the game, I would scream and cuss. And
did you see? I checked out of Florida football this year.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know.
I'd turn it on and watch for a little bit. I'd get disgusted, and I'm like, I can't watch this anymore.
I can't.
But I think it was more to save things around the house.
Yeah, right.
Not break things.
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you, I used to be the exact same way. My wife is who helped me deal with that anger. She was like, you realize these are 18-year-old kids running around on those football fields.
No.
I was like,
no,
I don't give a damn.
I see that G. I see that F. That's what I'm rooting for. I don't care who they are, how old they are.
It represents my home state.
Right.
I don't care. I don't care that they're 18. I care that they win. And I was never a thrower, but I was a cusser.
Okay.
So I would just dog cuss the TV.
See, I'm not like the guy who's going to throw something through his TV. I'm not the guy.
No,
what I am is the clumsy guy who gets mad and slams his hand, but then the table flips up, and then it looks like I broke things.
Yeah, right.
Or I'm like boom, and then I just and I hit the remote across by accident, and everybody's like, "Why you get?" I'm like, "That was an I'm sorry.
Rhino smash!" Dude, I was gonna say the same thing. It's like a video game.
Exactly.
Joe bringing back the impressions again today.
But I'm like Inspector Gadget. You know how Inspector Gadget tried to do good, but always missed with his arm and punch somebody by accident.
But it always turns out well.
It always turns out well at the end.
With Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, because I end up fixing things around the house after doing something stupid.
I go with the Dr. Medina method of just find something and go along with the ride. Take it in stride, find things to cheer about in the season. Just hope for a fun season.
Well, that's boring.
Yeah,
okay.
It stinks.
I mean,
putting things in perspective.
Yes, that's a horrible way to watch sports.
Oh, okay.
It really is. Because I've become that way. I've become that way. Okay, but that's when I turn it off now. I'm just not going to watch anymore.
Flip it off.
So I don't enjoy them as much. I honestly enjoyed sports more when I was emotionally invested in them.
Yes, because emotion is
But unfortunately, I can't control mine sometimes.
And so my wife was able to help me get to deal with that a little bit, and she was like, you just can't let it, and so I did. Now I'm like, don't get me wrong, I'm like, come on, damn it, or whatever, but that's about it, just normal. And now though, she's moved up her emotion level when we're watching Georgia sports. Now she's like, come on, damn it.
Yeah.
And so we've kind of met in the middle a little bit, and which is funny.
How will it be when you guys next year go out to College of Charleston and, umpire makes a bad call on Jacob? How do you think she'll act then? Do you think she'll get more emotionally invested when her son is on the field?
No, well, she'll become 100% emotionally invested.
Well, sure,
yes.
yeah, because
but,
of happy emotions,
yeah, absolutely,
but not angry ones, or what?
Well, she manifests it very different. She sits and chews her fingernails. She paces.
I can see that.
She has to stop watching. She'll go get to the concession stand, buy water, anything to take the focus off because she's so emotionally invested.
Yeah.
Dude, it's happened that way since he was 8.
It's very funny. Like, there's a thing about Laura. Like, such a beautiful and fun and like just loving woman.
Totally.
But there's some days, like at the office, you look and go, "Yeah, I'm scared of her."
That's probably with good reason. That's with good reason.
That's a tough, smart woman too. Like, don't mess with her either.
She can be tough when she needs to be.
Yeah.
It's not often that she does, but you could see it in my son. He knows when.
He knows where that line is about
to. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now he's a habitual line stepper. He will. He likes to veer over that line just a little bit and then come back in just to see the reaction.
Does he run behind Dad's back? Like, that's what Liam always goes to. Like, Dad, you're on my side, right? Like,
That's
no,
right.
dude, get out from behind me.
And I'm always like, well, first of all, you're wrong. or if I need to, I'll be like, Laura, okay, in this moment, Jacob is correct, and you know it. I know you're upset about it or whatever's happening. You have to. You just have to
that's the tough one, isn't it? When you put yourself out there in the middle and go, "Hey, Laura, like, I hate to say this."
No, I'm
She's
happy
good
to
about
do
that,
it.
though?
Yeah, well, and not in the moment. Not in the moment. She's not. She don't want to hear it. But
you get a cone on your neck like Cash and
that's
sleep
exactly
outside. You two dogs.
I'm always the referee in our house, which is funny because it's not what you would think, but that's my role in our home is to be the referee. And
Time out.
Exactly, because like I said,
5
those
yards,
two,
Laura.
they're so dedicated and loyal. It does not matter. You can be completely wrong, and they're going to war with you.
Mm-hmm.
So when they turn on each other and the war, and I'm always the guy who's like, I love you, dude. I don't know that you're right here. Let's make sure we're making the right decision. You know what I mean? That's kind of, and so that's who I am as a person.
Yes,
and
you
so
are.
like I always try to balance those two, because look, at coming up in those teenage years can be tough.
Sure.
And pushing buttons is something that my son
he's good at.
He's I think all teenagers are.
Yeah, oh
God,
yeah.
I mean they know where the buttons are, and so it can be entertaining at our house sometimes.
That's fun.
Usually it's Mayberry, but when the fireworks go off, it can be crazy. But life isn't perfect, and that's what makes it perfect.
That's exactly. I love that.
It's my favorite. The beauty is in the flaw.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's just nothing that is perfect on this earth, and nothing is going to change about that. As much as we want it to, as much as we want this world to be perfect, it is not going to be that. Matter of fact, I had to do some training last night, and it's fine.
It's fine.
It was DEI training for
a
job that I do and have that's separate from here, and wow, just wow.
Wow, huh?
Yeah, just wow. That's all yes.
Well, I'm not going to say anything about your training or anything, but I did learn one thing.
Yes.
I am a heterosexualist.
Yes, that's exactly right.
Yeah, I put that on YouTube, and people are probably like, what are you talking about, that you're a heterosexualist? Because I just found out myself.
Yeah.
But it's pretty much what I thought it was.
Yes. Yeah, it was, it's crazy. Some of that stuff's crazy. But, so a buddy of mine had sent a bunch of the stuff that he had to do, and it wasn't... It was much more intense than what I had to take.
Yeah.
And let me tell you, that's where the whole heterosexualist thing came up. Is
your buddy.
The fact that
now, was he a heterosexualist too?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, he's married, with kids and whatever.
Poor Joe doesn't know what a heterosexual.
What does that mean? That you don't like straight people?
Well, that means you think straight people are better or more or and you look at anybody that's not heterosexual differently or less than. And so I guess I don't consider myself a heterosexual.
Well, I guess I'm not one then.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm better than anyone.
Yeah. So but that was the presentation. But let me tell you, it was it's always fascinating to see these type things, and every corporation is doing it, dude. Every corporation is doing them.
I know Home Depot has gone to very DEI forward projects here and there, and you see it now in their home office. And every once in a while, I get to kind of sneak around there because my father was there from the beginning, my uncle was there from the beginning. So I get to see some of the things there that I'm like, oh gosh, this is completely different than when I was there, even because I started there in 1992 at Home Depot. What a different world it was in 92 compared to when I left. But the new way they handle things and the signs you see, you're like, I don't think I could work here anymore.
Yeah, 92 is 30 years ago.
Yeah, I'm old man.
Well, so am I. But that's the thing, though. I mean, in 30 years, they call it progress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure we're progressing, though. You know what I mean? Like
yeah.
It seems very. Like, I'll give you an example. There was a question that talked about you shouldn't assume that someone could go to an expensive lunch.
Okay.
Like $100 lunch.
Right.
I mean, I can't afford a $100 lunch either. And maybe they made it this gigantic number to just accent the point.
Sure.
But they said, you shouldn't just assume that someone could go to a $100 lunch. You can't make that assumption that people can just do that.
Okay.
Which is, okay, fair. But isn't that assuming that they cannot at the same time? I mean, the flip of that is going, oh, you can't afford this. So we're going to go to this $100 lunch. Unfortunately, you're probably not going to be able to go.
Well, that just made me feel way worse, Tug.
So, yeah. So the flip of that is you're just assuming that they can't.
So, like, Joe, if Tug and I were like, hey, we're going to go across to, the Garden and Gug Club here and have a really nice steak and enjoy our meal. It's about $100. But there's a Waffle House. And they don't have, good steak, but they do have, for Waffle House, it's great steak. You go over there for lunch. Isn't that more insulting?
It feels like it to me, but...
instead of just saying, hey, Joe, we're going over to Garden if you'd care to join us.
Yeah. I don't know. There was just a lot.
Is that how I'm supposed to ask that, by the way, based on my training now?
Yes. You're just not supposed to assume that someone can afford it. That's the way it was presented. That was the presentation of...
Okay. So it is okay if, you and I were like, hey, let's go to lunch, blah, 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 blah. Hey, Joe, we're going here for lunch. Join us if you'd like. Is that okay?
It didn't really go into how to. It just said don't assume.
Well, what the hell good is that?
Buddy, I wish I could tell you the answer. I don't know.
So this is really that much of a waste. I wish more people, if you have taken a DEI class or if you are forced to take DEI classes, love to hear what did you learn from them? I wouldn't do that anyway. I wouldn't be like, hey, I know you can afford going. What do you mean? I don't understand the assume part at all. Do you?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And then on the flip of that, the buddy who sent me some of the pictures of the tests that he was taking, it took him 3 hours.
Okay.
To get it out. 3 hours of just...
Well, because you probably have to really read the questions.
You are the devil.
So they're reprogramming you, really, is what they're doing.
Well, yes.
They're indoctrinating other people who they want. They're trying to indoctrinate white people to hate themselves. They want more liberal white women, even if you're a man. They want you to become a liberal white woman who hates yourself, that decides, okay, I should turn my kid into a handbag. I need to think that I'm bad. I'm the problem. I'm the one. That's what they're trying to do with these DEI programs.
Okay, there was another thing that my buddy sent me, and it was a piece of a video and then this test at the end. And the thing was if you see sexual harassment, what are you supposed to do? And there were so many different scenarios, but basically they said, write everything down. That way you have every note in case it comes up. That way you can report.
Wait. So what I'm supposed to do?
To someone else.
Can we role play this?
Yeah, sure.
Joe, will you sexually harass Tug for a second, nicely?
Nice cans, Tug.
He said nice
dude,
cans.
I'm not comfortable with that. You can't.
And then
say
he
that
said,
to me.
Dude,
you can't say that to me.
Too bad.
He said too bad.
Yeah. That's
So the whole time you're feeling uncomfortable, I'm writing, instead of just going, hey Joe, shut up. Do it. Stop it.
No, they want you to do that too. They want you They want you to do that too. But then if you just see it from across the room, you're not part of. Then you're become court reporter.
Oh, so I can't go across the room then and go, hold on, I'll be right back. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, they didn't make it very clear on how far the distance had to
Just
be.
take notes.
They just said make
Just
sure
take
you take
notes.
Yeah, make
It's
sure you
so
write everything
stupid.
down. And then there was so dumb.
This
so
is just ridiculous stuff at this point, then.
Yeah. The obvious thing.
This poor guy had to sit 3 hours and listen to like common sense, just garbage stuff.
Just throw it out the window, man.
What if I just was like, yeah, I remember what he said. I don't need to write it down.
Well, you have to have, because if you go to, if this goes to arbitration or something, you need to have your exact notes.
Okay, I'll write it down now. I remember.
It was crazy, man. It's
so silly.
I felt bad for him. He had 3 hours.
I feel horrible for the poor guy.
Yeah.
He could have done cool things.
Yeah. Watched.
I don't know if he has a dog or whatever, but he could have played with his dog. Could have loved his wife or children. Like maybe he's got a husband. I don't know.
Well, dude, you can't assume.
I don't know.
Don't assume anything. All right, morning.
Swim in his pool.
Extra 106. Anything. Watch a ball game. Anything.
Right.
Let's knock out the headlines here on Extra 106.
Not. I'm all worried here. I can tell you right now, line one is probably against all DEI standards in my news for today and my top stories for Friday, April 26th.
Buckle up, boys and girls.
Buckle up. 28 pro-terrorists were arrested.
You can't assume that they're terrorists.
Oh, I can't? Oh.
No, you can't assume that they're terrorists.
All right, let's strike that from the record, Your Honor.
Strike that. 621 and 17.
Yeah, that's withdrawn. 28 peaceful protesters were arrested on the Emory University campus, according to university officials. 20 members that were arrested are members of the Emory community. Emory police brought in the help of Atlanta police and the Georgia State Patrol to remove the trespassers. A grand jury indicted a man and his wife for the murder of the man's 8-year-old daughter. 34-year-old stepmother Natalia Barros was indicted on malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree for beating the 8-year-old to death with a wooden rolling pin. The father, Claudir Mendez, was charged with murder in the second degree and 2 counts of cruelty to children. And in sports, with the 8th pick in the NFL draft, the Falcons pick another quarterback. QB Michael Penix Jr. out of Washington. Penix did lead FBS schools with 4,903 passing yards and was 3rd in touchdowns with 36 TD passes. 2 Georgia players would also get chosen in the first round. Tight end Brock Bowers went to the Las Vegas Raiders, and an offensive tackle, Amarius Mims, will transition from being a dog to a Cincinnati Bengal. Just like the dog to the cat in our little story yesterday in Barrow County.
That's right.
Yeah, now he's a Bengal.
Well, then there you go.
Bengals are cool, though.
Now, do you remember the national championship? I mean, it was way back on January 8th when it was 34-13, and that 13 for the Huskies came in junk time.
Yeah.
I don't know about you, but he might have broke all those records in the Pac-12.
Yeah.
I don't...
Broke it and threw downfield at all.
When it mattered in the old national championship, I didn't see much.
I didn't see anything.
Just tailing.
It was embarrassing.
All right. Morning Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. There is a new documentary out that you must see. It will harken you back to your childhood, to your youth. Next on Extra 106.3.
From the latest breaking news to the conservative voices you know and trust, your best new follow on social media is Extra 1063. We're at XTRA 1063 on Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, Threads, and LinkedIn, and pretty much any social media you scroll through every day. And we drop exclusive giveaways, new daily content, and the latest breaking news from Georgia and across this great nation. Interact with your favorite Extra personalities. Get the latest on our live events and so much more. Follow at Extra 1063 across all your social media and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
You know, some of us are really lucky and have people in our lives that teach us how to use handguns and, use guns in general and do those kind of things and camping and doing prepping. But some of us don't. So what you need is someone that will. Somebody that you could trust. Somebody local, like True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. If you're new to, maybe you want a gun. Maybe you want to protect your family and you're new. They have courses there. designed for first-time handgun owners. And in fact, this weekend, they got some really good workshops that you can become a part of. If you're new to prepping, if you're new to making sure that your family is safe, True Prep in Marietta, that's the place for you. They have a handgun care and maintenance at noon this Saturday. Then at 3, they've got their residential solar. I know that we talk about solar panels and things that, the government is doing. This is different. You want to be able to take care of yourself and you need solar panels. This is a good way to take care of yourself. This is a good way to get off the grid, and this is what you can do. And this will help you navigate the solar tax credit. In other words, get some money back from the government. Get some money back. It's your money anyway. So all these great workshops, of course, they always have different workshops. They have tactical civics meetings. This is a group that cares about you. They even have seminars from people that you may be affiliated with. You may like even the Convention of States. That's what this group does. They care about the community, so they have these kind of community events all of the time. It's True Prep in Marietta on Cobb Parkway. Not to mention they have all your prepping essentials, your freeze-dried food, your first aid kits, your water filtration, and of course your firearms, firearm accessories, and ammo, all at the lowest of prices around. Tell them that I sent you over there. Say, hey, Rhino sent me, and I need help. I need to figure out how I'm going to start prepping, and I needed to figure it out today. Well, they'll help you right there. Like I said, locally owned and operated. Head over to Marietta on Cobb Parkway or go online right now. Check out all their events in their event calendar at trueprep.com. That's TRU prep.com. And prepare today for a worry-free tomorrow with our friends over at True Prep.
Well, Stephen, I'm sorry. Unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we ran your background check and there were several red flags.
Like what?
You were arrested 7 times for reckless driving.
So
you're applying for the school's bus driver position.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Mark from the Safe House. And now, the security riddle of the day. What's less secure than a fake safe from a furniture or big box store? Joe Biden's fake border policy, of course. But hey, there is good news. This time next year, Joe Biden will not be president. So drop by Atlanta Safe House and check out the largest selection of safes in the Southeast. Build a wall around your valuables with a safe from the Safe House. We have certified delivery crews to install your safe. With over 30 years in the safe business, the Safe House is the place to buy safe in Georgia. So go to atlantasafehouse.com.
Is this the year you want to grow your business? Do you want to expand your team? Build a new office? Hey, it's Tug, and I want to tell you about First Liberty Building and Loan. Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you're dealing with a new person? You won't have to with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they can help you too. They know the patterns, they know the ebbs and flows, and they know business. Now the Frost family wants to know you. FirstLibertyGA.com. Buying a building, building a building, buying a franchise, or expanding. Reach out and spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. By the way, if you're a young banker and you want to work with a team that's faith-friendly with a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan at FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
Looking for bold discussions on vital issues? Tune in to The Janelle King Show every Saturday at 3 p.m. with an encore episode every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Xtra 106.3, where we dive into kitchen table topics that are essential for a strong republic. Don't miss an episode, but if you do, it's all good because we have new podcasts that drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss out on these thought-provoking conversations.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine. where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Northwest Pediatric Care.
Hi, I am Dr. Figaro. Northwest Pediatric Care is a primary care medical home for infants, children, and young adults. We see patients from birth to age 21. We are located in Lake Point Professional Center, and our practice consists of 2 board-certified providers, myself and pediatric nurse practitioner Cora Crumby. We are excited to bring our brand and exceptional medical care to Ackworth and the surrounding community.
I am nurse practitioner Cora. We are vaccine friendly and welcome the opportunity to discuss vaccine choices with our parents. We are open Monday through Friday and some Saturdays. You can look us up on Facebook, Instagram, and our website at nwpediatriccare.com.
Thanks so much. As a mother of 3, I'm thrilled to help spread the word of Northwest Pediatric Care. Friends, make an appointment today and tell them our town sent you.
You may know Bortz is back, but not everyone else does. Tell anyone who loves America, Bortz is back on the radio in Atlanta, and his new home is Extra 106.3. Listen to him now on the Extra 106.3 app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. I grew up loving the Muppets and Jim Henson. Ron Howard is producing a new documentary about Jim Henson and his amazing career in Muppets and TV and film. And look, this has been a part of most of our life. Kermit the Frog, of course, Big Bird, Fozzie. I mean, just great characters. And Jim Henson was a master. Didn't Jim Henson also do
Fraggle Rock?
Fraggle freaking Rock. I was
Thank you.
All I could come to mind was the Doozers. For whatever reason, that's just what was on my head.
Down at Fraggle Rock.
Yeah, dude, Fraggle Rock was so good.
I love Fraggle Rock.
Jim's Muppets were on the number one rated Ed Sullivan show the first season. They were on Saturday Night Live. Dude, I mean, these guys have been an integral part. And then, I mean, if you put PBS in there, and I know we have our issues with PBS, but if you put PBS in there, I mean, every generation, including the one right now, has been introduced to the Muppets.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up with obvious Sesame Street was ours, you know, at my time. But, you know, Cookie Monster was like my favorite. I mean, I loved it when I was a kid. And that was my first Christmas ornament. And to this day, my dad has a Big Bird and a Cookie Monster ornament that they're old ceramic ones that we got when we were babies. And to this day, I get to hang it up every year and I'm excited about it. This is a part of our lives. The Muppet Show was the greatest show ever.
It's awesome.
I love the Muppet Show more than, like, Animal is like the great. I mean, I just
love Animal.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Yeah,
me too.
I still have like a picture from maybe I was 3 or 4 years old where I was dressed for Halloween as Kermit the Frog.
Attaboy.
So we're going like back 40 years, and this is how inspired we were. The kids were, man, I can't wait to dress up as Kermit the Frog, and it still proliferates to this day. The Muppets still matter.
Didn't he also do Star Wars? I mean, isn't Yoda? Wasn't that a Jim Henson puppet?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
Very possible. Big Bird definitely was a character designed by Jim Henson and Kermit the Frog. So why they had the blend.
Yeah, Labyrinth.
You have the blend of the Sesame Street stuff and then the Muppet Show stuff. But I even still to this day have a Kermit the Frog Timex watch that my parents bought me when I was in elementary school. I mean, it's
Very
a
cool.
tiny little face because I was a really young kid. The band has since broken, but the Timex watch, funny enough, still works.
That's
Put a
amazing.
battery- and this thing's probably, Los, you're talking about 40 years. I bet this watch is 40 years old. I mean, I don't know that it's worth anything, but it's worth something to me.
Absolutely. I mean, either keep it or sell it, but keep it. I mean, I keep a lot of that kind of personal things, especially if it comes as a gift from a family. But yeah, Muppets, I mean, we talked about Labyrinth. I mean, he's done so much, Jim Henson. I can't wait. Huh? Oh, yeah. Dark Crystal was another one that
what's Dark Crystal? I don't think I know that.
That was kind of creepy, man. It was a weird one.
It was like
that one
elves
scared
in
me.
caves. It was scary.
It was scary.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sounds very interesting. And I think Jim Henson was a genius for all the things he has done.
Quick suggestion for you.
Man.
I think you make it a point to get that watch fixed.
Yep.
And then you give it to your son as like the cheapest thing that can go from father to son.
Yes.
Right, absolutely. The old Timex.
Your old Timex Kermit the Frog watch. Like, here, son, this is what I leave to you.
Here's something that I have thought about is if he does have a kid, one day.
Pass it down.
Absolutely pass it down, you know, and because that kid will be raised on Kermit the Frog just like we all have been. So there is some of that that's crossed my mind, though. So, you know, that is true. I mean, Jacob doesn't want it, but his kid might.
Well, Jacob might want it too.
Well, yeah.
I mean, especially, you know, as you get older and, you know, it looks like, you know, when you get Kimmer's age, he's going to really want things, you know, of yours that will remind him. Now, he'll probably say,
when he's with Mama.
He'll probably be like, yeah, that's great. You know, Dad hung out with Darius Rucker, country stars all over, and what I got was this little, you know, Kermit watch.
Well, I mean, we're going to have the scenario where, like, Kimmer, you know, down the road is going to call Rhino into his room and leave him the Desert Eagle, okay? Like, that's what he's going to handle. What I want you to do is basically tell Jacob down the road, way down the road, you basically say, there will be no inheritance, but here is my Kermit the Frog watch.
I feel like you're downplaying my Kermit the Frog watch.
I'm just
and how
saying
special
that
it
if
is.
you want to pass along something that has a lot of personal meaning to you,
well,
then it would be kind of funny just to say, listen, your entire inheritance was spent on your college education years,
that's the truth.
but I've left you this Kermit the Frog watch.
Well, I feel
without a band.
No band. It's all broken. But, like, I don't know why Rhino gets the Desert Eagle. I mean, if Kimmer's going to be my stepfather, I feel like I should get the Desert Eagle.
You better hook him up with Mama real quick. Because I want, you know, look, you don't have much time left. You better get working on that relationship with Mama before you claim anything from your new father.
That's exactly right. I can't claim
stepdaddy.
Yeah. Daddy Kimmer.
Daddy Kimmer.
Why does Rhino get the Desert Eagle?
I gave you my mama.
Okay. I gave you my mama.
I gave you my
Rhino
mama.
gets the Desert Eagle.
This is not fair. This is not working out the way it's supposed to. It's awesome.
You get the Shelby. What are you worried about?
You know what? Fair point. I'll take the Shelby. You take the Desert Eagle.
I wonder how Kimmer's going to feel about us dividing up his belongings.
I don't know.
Or actually, you know what? We better watch out for Flounder because I think he's laid claim to all of it.
Oh, my God. You're exactly right. Holy cow. Flounder will leave traps. He'll booby trap the studio. We'll walk in the next morning and things will just go awry.
He's my Kimmer. You leave alone.
404-741-1230. What's on your mind?
Hey, boys, I was just hearing you talking about some of my arsenal, and I thought it's only fair. Tug, what the hell? You can have my 50 caliber pistol, the Smith & Wesson
Let's
Hunter.
go!
That thing it has a sling and a scope on a pistol.
That's beautiful.
Let me tell you.
It's got an 11-inch barrel or something, anyway.
That thing will do some damage, Kim.
But I do get the Desert Eagle, right, Papa Kim?
Yeah, we can split them up. It's no problem. I got plenty for everybody. Don't worry about it.
I got more than the U.S. Army. I got enough for everybody. We'll hand them out like pants candy.
All right, boy. Look, I got to go. You're killing me. I got work to do, and I got a flat tire again, and the internet's out, and my earrings don't work, and it's a wonderful day in the neighborhood.
That's what it sounds like. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Make sure you listen.
Anyway,
make sure you listen to... Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I'm almost done. By 9 o'clock, I'll have the show set until I get into the studio, and then I'll have maybe get all this stuff taken care of. So it should be a pretty day.
Yeah, right on. Well, we appreciate you spending time with us.
Papa,
absolutely, man. We'll send a bus or something.
Yeah, sure.
Nah, don't worry about it. I'll get there.
All right, then.
That man is resourceful.
That's exactly right. He's a Marine. He's a damn Marine, man. He knows how to get things done.
All right, you beautiful bastards. Hoorah, I got to go. You're killing me. Look out.
Look out. It's only the Kimmer.
Make sure you listen to him
Last night he was talking about a friend that, yesterday on the show, he was talking about a friend he had in school whose eyes were sewn shut. So if you don't know that story, go back and listen.
That sounds awful. Yeah, but you can hear it on the
It
Xtra
might be a good drunk Kimmer, Carlos. We'll talk later.
His
3
eyes
o'clock
were sewn
this
shut.
afternoon.
That's right. Make sure
Well,
you
he's
listen to
talking
the Kimmer
about
Show.
somebody who was playing very talented blind musician that he grew up with in school, and he said his eyes were sewn shut, and Pete was like, "Wait, what? I've never heard of that." So,
I haven't either.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. Listen to that.
Yeah, go back and listen to the Xtra 106.3 app. Download that free for Apple and Android. And you listen to any of our shows live or on demand, and even the crazy ones, even the ones where Kimmer's talking about his friend and his eyes being sewn shut. I can't even say I believe I said that out loud. It's just like once it hits your conscious mind, you're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
This
like
is
maybe he just
insane.
kept them closed because he was blind,
Could be
Kimmer.
that.
I don't know.
Could be. And I can't believe he's got a flat tire on the Shelby, man. That's terrible news. You can't have a flat tire on a NASCAR like that.
When you shoot the tire with the Desert Eagle, it tends to happen.
See, that's the thing.
Kimmer reminds me every day of why, like when I listen to the show, why I don't want to get old. Like he has a problem with the TV. He doesn't know how to use the remote. He had to get a new TV. He complains about like everything. That poor man
Nothing's
has to
working
go.
for him.
Nothing works for him, and he doesn't know how to fix it because he's old.
And my mama's the same way. She'll
They're
call
gonna
me
make
the other
such a
day.
cute couple.
They are. I'm telling you. Hey, I'm not kidding. Mama called me the other day. She said, "Jerry, I can't figure out turn this TV on." I was like, "Well, Mama, where's your remote?" And she was like, "I don't know. I can't find it." I was like, I don't know what to do. Is there a button on the back of the TV? I've not seen the back of your TV. I don't know how it works. And finally, we were able to find the button. And then, as we found the button, she was like, "Well, here's the remote." So you walk through it. It's like 30 minutes.
Man, what I would pay, what I would give to have you show up over at Mama's house, and then out of nowhere, here comes shirtless Kimmer out of the bedroom. And just he's like, "Oh, hey, Tug.
I didn't realize you're going to be here today, son."
Just an empty holster around his waist, nothing else.
It's just the visual that I don't want to have.
Handcuffs on the side of his empty holster.
And I despise
and
both
cowboy
of you.
boots.
Despise both of you for putting this in my mind. I'll be able to think about it the rest
Just
of
all
the day.
wrinkly, hanging everywhere.
Maybe the rest of my life, never be able to escape it. Good
He's real
Lord.
sweaty."
And Mama's just like, "Well, Jared, I didn't expect you to come in today. You usually call before you come over."
Just red as can be.
Oh, my
like a baby panda, just looking all wrinkly and red.
Oh, it's too much.
It is. We've got to change the subject. Americans believe we're sending too much money to Ukraine. You think?
No way.
It's incredible. Rasmussen has, talked to enough people. I guess they figured it all out. But yeah, the majority of people think that we're sending too much money. And I agree with that. I mean, any money is too much money, Rhino. Any money is too much money because this is a lost cause. This war is lost. You have generals on the ground saying it doesn't matter how much you send, how many guns, how much money, we don't have enough people.
No, we don't. But you know what? I mean, all that money will come back to their pockets. It'll go and be funneled through the military-industrial complex once again. And the really hard part for me is my biggest threat, or my thought of a biggest threat. I am not scared of Russians or Ukrainians coming across the southern border and really attacking. Now, will there be some cybersecurity issues with Russia? Probably, but that's probably going to be hacked from outside this country. I'm not worried about them crossing the border. I am worried about the, Islamic jihadists. That's who I'm worried about. The ones that have come across the border, set up their terror cells. So we decided to give over $60 billion to Ukraine out of a $95 billion bill.
Well, the question was asked, and I believe this was I want to say it was Mitch McConnell that was asked about this on one of the network shows. Is 60? Because again, we're talking about like a huge amount of money. Here's $60 billion. Is this enough to beat the Russians? And they can't say.
No. But this isn't the first time they've given $60 billion. The last time they gave $60 billion, where is it? Where's it gone? Oh, that's right. We don't have a special inspector general going, hey, let's audit where our money's going. That's why this is a scam. Once again, and we continue to pass these bills where we send Americans money over there to fix these things, and not one of our representatives has said, we want accountability for where this money's going.
As a matter of fact, that was brought up again in this newest bill, and they're like, nah, we're good. It was brought up again that maybe we should have somebody to audit where this money is going, and they decided not to do it. They decided not to do it again, Rhino.
Of course. Why would you? If you have the option to hide what you're doing, obviously you're doing something bad. You're laundering money. You're funding wars. Why would you want to have account of it? And if you can get away with not accounting, I mean, we're sitting here and having an entire trial trying to get rid of a president because he actually did accounting of where the money went. And we have 60, or let's just do this correctly, $95 billion, because I don't care that it's going to Israel. I don't care that it's going to a third war, or Ukraine. I don't care who it's going to. We still have no accountability for it because it is a scam.
That is all it is, a complete scam. And it will continue to be a complete scam because there is no accountability, and the American people are not in favor of it. That's the biggest part of the scam right there, is that you and I, who are taxpayers, say we don't want our money going to Ukraine. We don't want our money. We don't have the money to send to Ukraine.
Yeah, what money?
Yeah, that's the first thing. And then we don't want to put that on a credit card. We're done with all of this. We don't have the money. We don't want to put it on a credit card, and yet they're doing it anyway. That is an actual scam. That's what a scam looks like. And then no accountability on top of it makes it even worse. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. When we come back, oh, Joe, not again. Now Biden says he's exporting American jobs on top of all of our money. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los. We're on the air until 10 a.m. Glad that you're up early with us. It's Friday, y'all. Thank God it's Friday. Extra 106.3. The Kimmer Show is only on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Ocasio Bagbanio Stupidio, AOC, was on the news talking about Biden's student loan program. Again, he's totally ignoring the law and the Supreme Court decision, everything else. He's going any way he can to get around it so he can bribe people into supporting him by canceling their student loans of $25,000 and more or whatever.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
So I'm looking at my little watch here, and it tells me that we're getting up to 80 degrees, I guess, today. 80 degrees. Is 80 good enough for you to turn on the air? Because that when you turn on the air conditioning at your home? I mean, it's different for everybody, I suppose. Like, it's probably not for me. I don't think I would turn it on for 80 because I like it really, really warm. That's just me. My wife, on the other hand, 80 degrees outside, yes, the AC's coming on. So there's that back and forth in our house. Maybe it's that way with yours. But either way, the AC's got to work for it to come on if someone wants to turn it on. And the way you do that is getting a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning. They've been in Atlanta for 77 years. They are a locally owned business. A lot of these companies that have been bought out by big conglomerates, they still say they're locally owned, but just not the case. Not the case anymore. They're based wherever else, and they have, a franchise here is basically what it is. So if you want to work with someone who is local in Atlanta, that does support local Atlanta, like Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, like they do with the Christmas in July program that's coming up. We're getting ready for that. They'll be taking another big old check over to CHOA. They do good work in the community, and they do good work at your home. Maintenance agreement to take care of your heating and air system. Doesn't matter if it's a Carrier system or not. Now, they're your Atlanta Carrier experts. If you need a new system, they can get you a Carrier at the best deal imaginable. But they service any make or model. They can do it all, and they can make sure that the air that you breathe inside your home is healthy with all the pollen. It's funny, Rhino just a little bit ago was like, man, this pollen's still getting after me. That stuff's in your house, too. If you want to improve the air quality in your home, Central Heating and Air Conditioning can do that, too. They are the best in the business, working with the best in the business, that being Carrier, and you can work with them just like I do. Hey, it's Tug, 770-GET-HEAT or centralheat.com.
Hey, Dad, can I ask you something?
Sure.
How do you know when you're in love?
Well, can't stop thinking about him. Your heart races sometimes, and you just want to be with him every moment of the day.
Dad, I think I'm in love then.
Got a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I remember my first Subaru, too.
There are so many reasons to love a new Subaru. From Subaru of Gwinnett, like standard symmetrical all-wheel drive on most models, top-rated gas mileage, and technology and safety that will give you the warm and fuzzies. Like the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek, with 182 horsepower and up to 120 cubic feet of interior space. Or the 2024 Subaru Outback, built to take you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. Add in their amazing staff and incredible service department, and you'll understand why love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. But the only way to know it's the one is to come in for a test drive. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
Tax season can be stressful, but it's also a wake-up call. It's time to think beyond April and plan for your future. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we're not just advisors, we're your partners in building a secure retirement. At Master Plan Retirement Consultants, we understand the challenges Georgians face. That's why we offer personalized strategies to maximize your retirement income, minimize taxes, and ensure you never outlive your assets. Join the Master Plan family and let us guide you through every financial milestone. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your appointment today. Master Plan Retirement Consultants, where your journey and destination are both important. Visit masterplanretire.com to schedule your complimentary consultation today.
Advisory services offered through Master Plan Retirement Consultants, Inc., a registered investment advisory in the state of Georgia. Insurance, tax, and commodity services offered through Frickson Associates, Inc., DBA Master Plan Retirement Consultants. The aforementioned are affiliated companies.
Returning to Metro Atlanta, April 26th to the 28th, the Mitsubishi Electric Classic, presented by Venture, is Georgia's only PGA Tour Champions event. Enjoy local craft brews and scenic views of the par 3 11th hole and an exciting atmosphere at the Perch. Pick your favorite hole to watch along the ropes or find public seating throughout the course. Children 15 and under receive complimentary tickets with purchase by an adult. Join the party at TPC Sugarloaf in Duluth, Georgia. Tickets available at MitsubishiElectricClassic.com/tickets.
Join A Second Chance Bail Bond CEO Daniel Madelon and host Tug Goward for the weekly radio show Back Your Blue. They will highlight special initiatives, criminal justice programs, and community events aimed at keeping our communities safer. Tune in Saturdays at 10 a.m. to learn some good news about and from the law enforcement and justice communities. Tune in on Saturdays or catch up on all past episodes wherever you get your podcasts or at thepodcastpark.com.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one's been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT or online at atlbail.com.
Your voice, your vote. And this year it matters more than ever. So for the unbiased election coverage that affects your family and your community, trust the voices that matter when it matters the most. Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. Thank you for being here on a Friday. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We owe everything to you. Because without you listening and sharing the values that we have, we would not exist. We thank Dickey Broadcasting for giving us the autonomy to discuss the things that do not get discussed in the mainstream media, that are oftentimes pushed under the rug or swept under a couch somewhere that, oh, you don't want to talk about that. You can't talk about that. I know it's common sense, but you can't say common sense out loud anymore. It's been banned. That's what it feels like a lot, you know? And so the fact that we have that autonomy to discuss things that are important that connect with people is such a pleasure, and it's such a privilege, and the fact that you're here means the world to us. Quickly, we support small businesses. We're a small business at Dickey Broadcasting and Extra 106.3, and we want you to support the small businesses that support us because they share your values as well. We always say don't buy something you don't need. Just when you need a product, a good, or a service, if you hear them advertised here on Extra 106.3, give them the first chance at your business. Now, Joe Biden, he's doing something that you would think in a presidential election year would be detrimental. Maybe it's something you wouldn't want to do, but he wants to do it anyway. He says he's going to export American jobs.
Wages are rising. Instead of importing foreign products, we're exporting American jobs.
Yes.
We're exporting American products and creating American jobs.
We're exporting American jobs.
Here in America, where they belong.
Here in America, we're sending them out.
We're going to send them.
Getting rid of them.
Back. Wages are rising. I know it's funny that he said we're exporting American jobs, and he stumbles all over himself because he's a babbling idiot. But I feel horrible saying he's a babbling idiot.
That's hyperbole.
But wages are rising.
Well,
Are you sure about that?
Jobs, yes.
Well, with government, yeah, but maybe that, and that's
his friends' pockets
in that bubble of DC, and
the
that's all you
Senate
see.
and the House. They're
Yeah.
making more money. We saw here at Georgia, our state leaders, they voted themselves raises. Yeah, government jobs. You are getting paid more money to do less.
And when you're in that bubble, that's all you see. So yeah, maybe and maybe in his defense, that's all he sees. He's in a protected class, a protected bubble. Then. I guess wages are right. Thank you for bringing that up. I wouldn't have gotten to that one.
But at the same time, yes, wages are going up a little bit. But the problem is, but when you're going to get a job, your wages go. You may be getting paid a little bit more, like $15 instead of $14.
Okay, but
we're not talking about serious. The problem is your cost of goods are $17.
That's exactly right.
So that's where they're leaving out one part of that stat, Tug, to play games with. Okay, yes, we've put more money into the Inflation Reduction Act, that alone, which is a climate change bill.
Yeah.
We've created so many jobs and put in this is how much it's going to be paid. You're going to be paid. But the problem is when you go into the low income communities, you're not going to get those jobs. They're not going to hire you. They're going to hire their white rich friends. They're not going to help in the lower income communities. It's not going to be my poor white friends that are getting these jobs that live out, in Cherokee County, or my poor white friends that live up in Towns County, or the people who live in Decatur or other areas. Those people aren't going to get these jobs with wage hikes. You're going to continue to suffer. This is all a lie. And he's right. They are exporting American jobs because eventually people are going to go look outside. How are we going to make it cheaper? That's where Ford makes all their cars. They're lying to everybody.
I'll tell you, I would love to speak with Charles Payne about this. He's a guy that I greatly admire. He's on Fox Business.
Yeah, I love Charles Payne.
Dude is...
He used to fill in with Hannity every once in a while, right?
And always with Neil Cavuto.
And Neil Cavuto.
And I like him better than I like Cavuto, to be honest with you. Just to be completely honest. But anyway, I would love to get his take on all this. Yeah, we're watching the monitors.
The Falcons stun fans with Michael Penix Jr. pick. This is the talk, by the way. Everybody's making fun of Atlanta.
It's stunning. Yeah, stunning, because it's a terrible pick. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible pick. And I would love to get Los's take, and maybe a little later when he's get up.
Today is April 26th. Mark this down. Michael Penix Jr., complete bust.
Write it down and put it in your diary.
Yep.
And put Rhino said this. Put it in the vault, as they would say.
He'll be holding a clipboard somewhere one day.
It is appearing more and more like SCOTUS will side with President Trump in this immunity case. Next on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. We're on the air until 10.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
Get your freaking agents around the border and start arresting people when they come over and check them for drugs and guns. That's a federal freaking crime. Have you gotten one guy ever? I mean, my God, how come the federal authorities who are supposed to protect this country are not protecting the country at the border?
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
I enjoy a good night's sleep, and I like to breathe while I'm sleeping. My wife appreciates that, too. That's why I wear a CPAP. You want the right machine. You want expert advice. You want all the supplies that go with it. You get it all at CPAPs, etc. in Alpharetta. Machines, masks, tubing, filters, cleaning supplies, all of it, and they ship nationwide. Walk-ins, by the way, are welcome. CPAPs, etc. Alpharetta, CPAPSETC.com.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the oak, fir, and flowered valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind its progress and innovation. From the buzzing coffee shops that wake us up each morning, the restaurants that feed us, the gyms where we work out, to the bustling warehouses crafting our tomorrow, and the people that make it all happen. Georgia Power is the lifeblood of our state's success story. Together, we're shining a spotlight on the businesses that will keep our communities thriving. Sports venues like Georgia Tech's Bobby Dodd Stadium and Lake Point Sports are being upgraded to better serve the huge demand for sports in the state. And all those upgrades need power. And let's not forget the industries who've moved here and are shaping our future. From cutting-edge tech startups to innovative manufacturers, Georgia Power is fueling their growth every step of the way. So let's celebrate the unsung heroes of our economy, the local businesses powered by Georgia Power. Tune in all year long to discover the stories behind the energy powering the future of Georgia.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
The Kimmer Show is back every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. only on WFOM Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. Extra 106.3 FM.
With China's leader. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken just finished that a short time ago, saying in Beijing,
the United States is very clear-eyed about the challenges posed by the PRC and about our competing visions for the future.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says they must find common ground to avoid vicious competition, but Blinken says the U.S. has concerns about trade and artificial intelligence and China supplying Russia with manufacturing materials for its war in Ukraine.
A defense industrial base that is churning out rockets, drones, tanks, and other weapons that President Putin is using to invade a sovereign country.
Former President Trump will return to court this morning for more testimony at his first criminal trial in New York, charged with falsifying records and payments to keep an alleged affair quiet before the 2016 election. He calls it political persecution.
Open your eyes, and we can't let this continue to happen to our country.
We don't know when the Supreme Court will rule on the Trump claim that he should be immune from prosecution for acts taken while he was in office. Justice Sonia Sotomayor was skeptical about making that too broad.
There's some things that are so fundamentally evil that they have to be protected against.
But Justice Brett Kavanaugh said at yesterday's hearing,
this case has huge implications for the presidency, for the future of the presidency, for the future of the country.
The special counsel in the Trump federal 2020 election-related case argues the former president trying to overturn Joe Biden's victory were not official acts. The anti-Israel protests have spread to more college campuses, California, to Texas, Massachusetts, down to Georgia, where police made arrests at Emory University.
Officers handcuffed protesters on the ground. Law enforcement tasered demonstrators, deployed pepper spray, and hauled away protesters.
That's Christopher King with Fox 5 TV in Atlanta. At USC in California, they have canceled the main graduation ceremony. America's listening to Fox News.
All right, Father's Day, graduation season right around the corner. And if you're looking for a really great, unique gift, you got to check out the personalized receiver covers from my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they're available for Henry's Golden Boy and Golden Boy Silver rifles, which come in 3 calibers, 22 LR, 22 Magnum, and 17 HMR. Just go to henryusa.com and type in personalized in your search box. Well, there you're going to find a link to the product page with step-by-step instructions. They can engrave any message that you want, up to 20 words, and the process is easy, it's simple, it's affordable, and it doesn't require a gunsmith. Check out Henry's personalized receiver covers if you're looking for a great gift for dads or grads. Make sure you get their free catalog. They mail it with free decals and a list of dealers where you live. That's henryusa.com. You get the free catalog, free decals. They have 200 rifles, shotguns, revolvers to choose from, and you're going to love this company. I know I do.
Start your day with live and local conservative talk with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
On the air until 10. We are the Morning Extra. Man, we're dropping it like it's hot today.
Yeah.
Turn up. I hope this is the end. Are you sure?
Great.
Yeah, your face does not convince me that you're sure. Was it bad? Did I miss something?
No, it had a record scratch over it.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's close enough to make my heart skip.
Yeah, right. Because things have gotten through lately on both this show and the afternoon show. So we just got to be really, really careful.
Boy, that afternoon one got me. I was shocked. I clutched my pearls driving.
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah,
I'm so offended.
Well, so were the people that called in, believe me. So were the people that I got emails from.
I'm so
were
glad
the people that left voicemails, believe me. Yes, it happens. Yes, Joe, when you make those mistakes, someone has
gets
to
mad.
deal with them. And they're usually sitting right across from you, to your left as you're looking forward.
Yeah.
Somebody has to deal with it.
We just love. Here's the deal. We make Tug do all that. Anytime one of us says something stupid or does something stupid, poor Tug has to make that phone call.
The diplomat.
And part of that reason is I'm one of those guys that go, okay, when I was younger, you're like, you want me to handle that? Yeah. You sure? Yeah. Okay. And then I get, it's like.
Let me defend you a little bit, because Rhino's like in the immediate.
Yeah.
He's very passionate, very passionate about whatever it is that he's discussing, and is bull in the china shop and will go down with the ship to make sure that what he said is like, this is what I believe. Then you take a step back, take a breath, and you can then survey everything and go, you know what, I still believe what I believe.
Right.
However, I can see like why it is you might not like or whatever.
Right, I'm right most of the time. I mean, that's my and then I act that way, and I'm an a-hole, and I admit I'm an a-hole too sometimes.
But only when you're locked in the punch, right? Because then when you take a step back, and you
I'm like, I might have been a little wrong.
Yeah, or I may have been a little too aggressive,
or I was right. Maybe I could have said that differently.
Absolutely, and is willing to even say, okay, I see the ill of my way. I see what I did wrong. Maybe I'll do it.
Yes.
And it is just
sometimes
funny.
I realize somebody else is better to handle that if I can't any longer, which is Tug. It's kind of like I realized when I was young,
yin and yang a little bit.
My mom wanted me to wash the dishes all the time. My plan: break one dish and see how long she wants me to wash the dishes.
See what I mean?
So when you tell me at one point, like, "Hey, Rhino, you should call this guy and apologize," I go, okay, I'll do that, but understand, I'm not going to apologize. I'm going to explain to him why I don't think I was wrong. And then Tug goes, from now on, I'll make sure that I don't call.
Let me handle it. I'll be the diplomat.
So that's why he does that.
Yes, right. But that's why it's yin and yang on this show. That's why we all have our things that we're strong
They don't want me handling complaint calls. I can tell you that right now.
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Look,
sir, yes, I appreciate your comment, but you're a dumbass.
If I didn't have to deal with the repercussions, if I were just like a casual observer, I'd be like, just let me listen to this for a little while.
Yeah.
Just let me, I just want to hear. Can I just be like the customer service where I always say this phone call is being recorded for quality assurance.
Yeah.
I just want to listen for comedy assurance.
Right.
That's what I want to hear it for. But
like when we sit in the office with our big boss, Tug is like trying not to laugh and trying to go, yeah, Rhino, like,
come on, man.
I'm like, yeah, but he was a dumbass.
I know, but that has nothing to do with it. We have to step back from
I don't
him.
care. Still a dumbass.
It's so good. I'm telling you. If you could only see.
Yeah, dumbass.
That's exactly right.
Yes, sir, but you're stupid, sir.
That's all I want you to know. I just want you to know that. I just want you to know that. That's all I want you to know.
I'm a New Yorker.
Hey, and speaking of New Yorkers.
See how I did that?
We didn't have a chance to play this man, and he was...
this is how bad I want to play this.
Well, yeah, but and we're sure. Positive, everything's beeped the way it's supposed.
Yes, I see the beep.
Okay. Are you sure?
I actually wrote in our, like when I put it in, like, beep this, Joe.
Joe, don't be a dumbass. And play stuff that we're
just one beep, right?
Yes.
Yes.
It was so good because actually my wife's a New Yorker, as you know, and I played it for her, and she was like, New Yorkers, they don't mince their words.
No.
You know, like being raised in the South, it would be more like, what would you say to Joe Biden? Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Yes, that's right.
Mhm.
That's what we'd say. In New York,
He means well.
in New York, it's totally different. So Trump had all of these union workers out there, and I think they did like a straw poll out there, and it was like what 3-1.
3-1.
As far as we're going to vote for Trump of those construction workers that are the union. Of course, their union representative said we're pro Biden. Hands to his sides,
Sure.
like a mama that's scolding their children.
Well, the guy doesn't work. He doesn't.
Exactly.
He actually doesn't build anything.
Right.
He doesn't wear a hard hat. He wears a suit, and he makes $200,000 to $300,000 plus all the bonuses and kickbacks. So these are these representatives. The union representatives are making $300,000. They go to meetings. They gland hand. They meet the president. President Biden at the airport. They take pictures, and then these guys are all working every single day trying to get their money. And these guys are like, we support this guy. And they're like,
we support
sure.
Trump 3-1 over Biden just as far as the actual union employees.
It's amazing.
And someone ran across one of these union workers and asked him about Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, and his answer will put a smile on your face on Friday morning.
What's it like seeing so many Republicans in Manhattan, so many Trump supporters in Manhattan? Does that surprise you?
No, not at all. It's turning now. Trump's turn again.
What's your message to Joe Biden?
You.
Dude.
I mean, I get goosebumps because I feel like I'm at home.
Yeah,
like,
because that's your folks, man. That's your people.
Those are my people. That's the fam. But this is what New Yorkers are. They're real, I hate to say it, they're very liberal to a point. Then you start messing with them. The accent starts coming back out. They start getting mad.
That dude, there's no hiding that dude's accent.
No.
There's no hiding that. And let me tell you, my wife being a New Yorker too, she was the same way. She said the same thing about his accent. She was like, I just felt like I was at home for a little bit.
Right.
And when I heard it, like the Southern accent, I forget what I was reading. And it said the Southern accent is the most favorite accent around the world, right?
Sure.
And I've always believed that. I love that. But in that moment yesterday, when I heard that man speaking, I was like, I really like that New York accent. I really like it.
Here's the difference.
It's strong.
Yeah.
It's sturdy. It is without question. You know exactly what's being said. There's no confusion. Like in Southern, being a Southerner, there's confusion. If you don't know, bless your heart.
Right.
Sometimes bless your heart means, actually, bless your heart, man, this is terrible news. I'm sorry you've got this news, bless your heart. Sometimes it is, oh my gosh, this person's an idiot, bless your heart. Right. So you've just got to be able to read. There's no havoc. You don't got to read, but we don't got to read between the lines with that man.
No, but you know what? Here's where a lot of Southerners don't understand. And what if you were to go on to that guy and be like, whoa, that language, he'd be like, whoa, what'd I say? What language? That's an adjective. I use that word all the time. Because that same guy, if he was working in the bagel place and you took too long to, I'm like, yeah, let me get a, hey, F you, move on.
Know what you want.
Get to the back of the line. That same guy will do that to you.
But that's what I'm saying.
So that's why they think you're rude.
There's no question about the way that man feels.
No.
I mean, Southerners can sometimes be confusing in the language that we use if you don't know it well. You don't have to know anything about that man to know where he stands, and there's no question about where he stands. So I have never been a fan of the New York accent until now. And then I've been completely wrong because I really like it.
See, this guy, if I were to okay, so let's say this guy was in the pizza place, okay? This is the guy who runs. I'm going to go up to him and he's going to respond to me. Okay, I'd like a slice of pizza with pineapple. You.
We're not even going to entertain it.
Right.
We're not making that crap in our place.
That's what he's going to, there's no nice guy at Home Depot. Hey, will you show me where the, show me, I know you're in lumber, but can you show me where the plants are in gardening? You. Okay, sir.
See, but
thank you.
When you go into the Home Depot, there should be. The customer's always right. There should be some kindness. There should be. Joe, don't roll your eyes at me. Bored Up Joe's like, no. Joe, you can't say that to me.
That's New York.
I know, right?
That's
and
New
it
York.
is different. It's
great.
But I do have a healthy appreciation for it.
Sure.
It's not the way I do it. It's not the way I do things. but I don't frown on him for operating the way he operates, man. That's where he lives. That's where he's from. I'm not going into his house and telling him how to act or how to talk.
Exactly. Like, I call him up and be like, hey, it's me from the middle school. Your daughter thinks she's a cat. You. That's it. That's how you handle it.
We're not allowing your daughter to act like a cat in the school today. Sorry. She's not being disruptive.
Right.
That's crazy.
You need to come pick up your cat.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So but that's the thing. Like, if he were to come here, I would be like, all right, let's handle it a little bit differently. We got to be. There's a different way of being diplomatic. There's a different way of doing it here. He came here. This is my territory. I could probably help him. There, I would be run out of town, and I'm okay with it.
That was my biggest culture shock coming to Georgia, because I worked at Home Depot, and when I did, I was used to working at Home Depot in New York, and then I go to Wesley Chapel, Decatur, and I'm at Wesley Chapel's store. I'm still a New Yorker. I'm still used to using the F word as an adjective. So someone would be like, hey, where are the steel studs? I'd be like, go 3 effing aisles over there, then right down halfway. I think it's on the effing second shelf. And they would be like, what did he just? He just used the F word 4 times.
Yeah.
Somebody asked me where a buggy was, and I go, what the F is a buggy?
Welcome south, brother.
Yeah, and the guy was like, what? I was like, you think we sell effing buggies? Like horses and buggies? What are you talking about?
That's right. See?
He's like, no, a shopping, to put my stuff in. I'm like, a shopping cart?
No, it's a buggy.
No, it's
always
not what
been a buggy.
F is a buggy.
It's a buggy, sir. It's a buggy. That'd be like me going up to New York and calling it a buggy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So up there, when they said it's not a buggy, I'd be like, oh, I got you. Yeah, y'all don't call it that.
No.
So, yeah, it's the difference in language.
It's kind of funny.
But I appreciate both. Mm-hmm. I really do. And having been in the Navy for, 4 years, I learned words that I didn't even know existed. And I picked up on some of those. And I'm a God-fearing man. I'm a Southern man. I'm all those things. But I swear too much. I do.
Yeah.
I do. And I've been fighting that my whole life, and I want to clean it up. I do, and yet I struggle with it. That if I'm gonna bare my soul, that's it. That and bourbon, I really like it too.
Yeah,
but that's not part of the conversation.
I still have the curse, of cursing.
Yeah, me too. No, that's the
it's
thing.
very hard for me to get out of, and it's I went to a Mexican restaurant with my really good friend, my girlfriend Christine, who is a friend of mine, and we're sitting there, and I was saying the F word a lot, and I admit that, and we were just talking and laughing and having jokes, and I said it a lot, and there was a family, and the guy was like, hey, I've got
mine.
And I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry I didn't see you. I apologized. I was nice about it.
Right, exactly. That's all I need.
And I said, if it slips again, I really do apologize. I'm from New York. And he's like, well, that's not an excuse. And I was like, F you. No, I didn't.
But I was had to do that too.
There are times that I realize, hey, chill it out.
At ball games, at concerts, I'd have my wife and son with me, and somebody's getting crazy. I'm turning around. I'd just be like, hey, man, come on. My wife and kids here.
Yeah.
And most of the time, 99% of the time, people are like, oh, my bad. I think
have
people
you ever gotten in a
genuinely
fight? I want to hear tug beat up a guy.
there was only one time, and it was at the Stone Temple Pilots concert.
Oh,
at Ameris, and my wife and I are there, and there's kids behind us, and they're just getting after it. And I'm fine with you getting after it. Have fun, man. Whatever.
Beat them with their own Doc Martens.
But yeah, that's exactly right. And they were just on and on and on, and it, just Laura didn't care for it. I was just, hey, come on,
man.
And they pretty much hit me with the old
you.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, grab dude by the front of the shirt, pull them to me, and I was like, dude, you better calm your ass down right now.
Oh yeah.
And dude was just eyes as big. Everybody was like, and all the buddies are jumping in, and I'm like, dude, bring it. Let's go. And all of them, all of a sudden,
in the Navy, started playing. Tug got strong. He's like, oh, I'm a Navy man.
It doesn't happen often because there's not a need for it to happen often. But that's the thing, though. After a while, you get pushed so much, you're like, all right, I've had enough of this.
Oh, I love it.
I've had enough of this. And
that's the one thing about Tug, man.
Everything just after that was fine. Rest
looks
of the show
like
was
the
fine.
Sweetest man in the world. When he gets angry, you go, oh my God, I'm about to get my butt kicked.
No, that's not. But Sometimes you just got to. Sometimes you just got to be like, all right, I'm done with this.
Yeah.
Right? Like that guy, like the guy in New York about Joe Biden.
You.
I'm done
How do you
with
feel
all-
about Joe Biden? Boom.
You.
I'm done with all this.
Is there a better? I think you couldn't sum this up
That's exactly right, Rhino.
into better
right.
words than what do you feel about Joe Biden?
Look, you don't have to like it. You don't have to like the language because it's coarse. You don't have to like it. I don't particularly like it, and unfortunately, throwing myself on the mercy of the court, have used it way more in my lifetime than I care to admit. But
It's much funnier to listen to him use it than us.
yeah. And so now the Supreme Court is going to, what it appears, Rhino, is going to side with Donald Trump in this immunity case.
The Supreme Court is going to side with President Trump. Any president of the United States is immune from criminal prosecution for his official acts. They may do it through presidential immunity, or they may say that unless a federal criminal statute explicitly mentions the president of the United States, they're going to do what courts have done for the last 250 years. They're going to say that statute does not apply to the president of the United States to avoid the constitutional question of presidential immunity. So either way, Trump is going to win. This case will get remanded back to D.C. Obama Judge Tanya Chutkan, where she's going to have to hold an evidentiary hearing on whether what President Trump allegedly did on January 6th was in his official capacity versus what is in his personal capacity.
So this is one of the most consequential decisions that the Supreme Court will ever. I mean, I guess everything that gets to the Supreme Court is very consequential, but this, I mean, you're starting to see people ask questions that you wouldn't have necessarily expected them to ask. And what I mean by that is Ketanji Brown Jackson sounding like a common sense conservative all of a sudden in the Trump immunity case when she asks, well, if Joe Biden gets out of office, could he be prosecuted for something that, he's done in office that now is considered a crime? And the answer is absolutely. Yeah. Of course. She said she now worries about future presidents being prosecuted. She says that prosecutors, she's asking the question if people, the Justice Department are concerned with this as well. And the answer is yes, of course they are. So even people like Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is different politically minded than us, all of a sudden sounds just like we do, Rhino.
Yeah, it really does. And I thought originally I was getting a little concerned.
Of course. We all were.
Yeah, Elena Kagan asked some really stupid questions, and I was like, what's going on? I don't understand what she's asking or what. And the way that they continue to go down that path with it, at first I was like, they're not understanding the immunity case at all. It was very strange. And when because what she asked was like, well, if it's an official act, and let's just say that he's no longer president, or wait, I'm sorry. I forget. See, she got me so confused. Okay, here we go. He's no longer president. He wasn't impeached. He couldn't be impeached, but he ordered the military to stage a coup, and you're saying that's an official act. Well, if he's no longer president, how's he going to order the military to do anything? Like, her questioning, I was like, why is she trying to get to this point of this one scenario because at that point it was about President Trump to her. At that point it was like what President Trump did. That's nothing what he did. He didn't call for a coup. He didn't try to stay in office. Like, she was making it political. But then as I heard Ketanji Brown Jackson, like you just said, those questions, I'm like, now they get it.
Because
now
they had
understand.
to. They had to all of a sudden because they realize this is going to work against them too.
Yes.
And that's been the whole point. If a president can't make a decision because he's concerned about what's going to happen to him after he gets out of office, that changes his decision-making process.
Yeah.
If he can't make the best decision for the country that he believes is truly the best decision in the moment, then people are going to make poor decisions moving forward because of their fear of being put in jail afterwards. It comes down to that. That's what this entire thing boils down to.
Yeah, absolutely, because Joe Biden could be pressed on the fact that he used over-the-horizon technology to kill 10 individual people. 13 soldiers were killed. Is that his fault for a bad withdrawal?
And then now, with those Pentagon papers that are coming out, that the Pentagon had denied all of the exchange of gunfire during the evacuation, before or right about the same time as the bomb went off there at Abbey Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Now, could Joe Biden be prosecuted for that? Twice. Once for the action, second for covering it up.
Yeah, sure.
And the Pentagon acting like it didn't happen.
Or not calling in the National Guard when the president told you to.
Absolutely right, man. So, look, it only makes sense, but we'll see how it goes. 7 a.m. hour. Brought to you by Van Sant Law. If you've been in an accident, make the right call. Van Sant Law. VanSantLaw.com. When we come back on Extra 106.3, the union does not represent its workers in the 2024 presidential debate. More of that discussion on Extra 106.3. Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10. Then the Glenn Beck program, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton, and the local afternoon show with a bad man by the name of Kimmer. Shame on you, sir. Saying bad words, said naughty words yesterday afternoon.
You got salty language, old man.
He's a Marine. You got to give him a little bit of, he's a Marine. You got to give him a little bit of leeway. You got to give a lot of leeway.
At the American Legion, they have a thing that says no cursing. And
what? At the American Legion?
And Aaron goes, wait, so you're asking a bunch of soldiers to come into a bar and not curse?
Come on. I'm a member of the American Legion. I know better than that. The Alpharetta American Legion is my home base. This is the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Pete, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
We need more prisons. We need more jails. We need more swift, certain punishment. The biggest deterrent to crime out there is swift and certain punishment. That's why I want to see us really streamline the capital punishment laws in this country to where we can convict a murderer, sentence him to death, give them a streamlined 45-day appeal process, and then fry them.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watch Company, where quality and value make the difference. Locally owned and located in Sandy Springs, offering you the finest selection of unique diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and emerald jewelry, as well as other fine gemstones. Lee Brandt Jewelry and Watches has been servicing Rolex watches for over 30 years, and their Rolex-trained watchmaker will service your watch in their state-of-the-art Rolex service center in their store. Lee Brandt uses only genuine Rolex parts, and their estimates are free. Drop by Lee Brandt in the Trader Joe's Shopping Center in Sandy Springs or visit LeeBrandt.com.
What are your plans for your business this year? Hey, it's Tug. Do you want to expand and grow? Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you got a new person to deal with? You have to start all over again? You don't have that with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they want to know you. Unlike big banks, they want to partner with you. The Frost family knows the patterns. They know the ebbs and flows. They know business. Get to know them at FirstLibertyGA.com. Building a building, buying a franchise, expanding. Reach out to them. Spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. You do that at FirstLibertyGA.com. And by the way, if you're a young banker and want to work with a team that is faith-friendly and has a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to them today. First Liberty Building and Loan. FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
Get ready for Real Talk on the Janelle King Show, where we tackle kitchen table topics that are banned from family gatherings, but crucial for a strong republic. Tune in every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday for an encore episode at 9 a.m. And if you can catch us live, great. But if not, no worries. New podcasts drop every Tuesday on the Podcast Park right here on Extra 106.3 or wherever you get your podcast. Join us for insightful conversations that matter.
Jim the Arcus here with exciting news. The All Four Seasons Home Show returns to Atlanta Radio this Saturday morning at 9, bringing you advice and tips from some of Georgia's top business owners. Join Dan Watkins and myself when we will be helping you make smarter purchases, save money, and keep from getting ripped off. That's the All Four Seasons Home Show every Saturday morning at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
So, Robert, I want to thank you for your time. I just don't think you're the right person for this position.
I don't understand. Was it something I said?
Well, we did a background check on you and found some things of concern.
If you're in charge of hiring for your company, you know how helpful a background screening can be. That's why companies that use Horizon background screening make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com. horizonscreening.com.
Introducing Sonder Health Plans, your trusted local partner for Medicare Advantage in Georgia. Only in Georgia. With Sonder, you'll get comprehensive coverage that's tailored to your needs. They offer $0 primary care visits, $0 premiums, and access to a wide network of Georgia healthcare providers. Visit SonderHealthPlans.com now to learn more about their valued-based care that won't break the bank. Or call 888-428-4440. Sonder Health Plans, your doctors, your neighbors, your friends.
Millions of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
Look out, it's only me. It's only the Kimmer. You know, you can download the Kimmer podcast on the Xtra 106.3 app, along with a ton of other great shows. Go get it, for crying out loud, now on Apple or Android.
That way you can listen live and on demand. It's so convenient, and that's the most important thing. Who doesn't love convenience? Everybody does. Everybody wants things to be convenient. Everybody wants things to be easy, and I'm not saying that's always the best way. Usually you learn more when times are tough than you do when they're really easy. However, human nature is, let's make things easy or easier. Enter Amazon. How many people use Amazon for everything? For everything, Rhino.
Girlfriend Erin.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God, every day there's a package there somewhere.
I would be divorced if I told my wife we were not renewing our Amazon.
That would be it.
Our Prime, that would be the red line for her. Like, I can make every mistake in the world. Whatever she's so easygoing. If I were to ever say, Laura, I'm not paying for Amazon Prime anymore, she'd be like, get out.
Is it weird that I do have like a political hatred for Amazon for some reason? And
Me too.
I don't really even understand why. I got to be honest. I'm one of those.
Bezos is a freaking avowed left. Is crazy. That's why.
That's the one part, I guess. And the fact that they're spying on us with Alexa and all that stuff. I think there's like an uncomfortable feeling with using Amazon, but I'm on it all the time, man.
Convenient.
Like, I'm ordering stuff left and right on there.
Me too, dude. Me too.
I go there first. Like, I'll find something I like maybe at Walmart, and then I'll look it up on Amazon, and I'll decide who's going to send it to me quicker, cheaper.
Or cheaper, right. Yeah, same here.
I'm trying to save as much money as I can now in Bidenomics, so I'm always looking at that.
Same here.
Amazon always seems to pull out first, man.
Always wins.
And I trust them with the Prime choices.
I know, and here's the other thing. Look, we had ordered... Jacob was, when he was in high school, and he was, working out a whole bunch, and he wanted those like dumbbells where you can change the weight on them. I think it was Bowflex that did this particular ones, whatever. And so I ordered them, and I did the exact same thing you did. Yeah. I was looking at them on Amazon. I was like, okay, so let me go here to Walmart and see what there is. And it was, I don't know, probably $50 cheaper at Walmart. Same free delivery. It was just whatever the sale was. However, it never got to us from Walmart. They were like, we lost it. Sorry, we lost it in the mail. And so not only did it not come in the time that it was supposed to, they're like, okay, we're sorry. If you already got it, you can keep that one, and we're sending you. I was like, no, I didn't get anything. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And then they send another, and it takes another 10 days versus the 2 that every time I've used Walmart in opposition of Amazon instead of Amazon, it works out that way. That's been my experience. I'm not saying that Walmart doesn't get it right, because maybe you've used it and it's been fine. I'm just saying for me, it's never worked, even when it's cheaper. So to the point, Amazon wins again.
Beautiful girlfriend Erin hates Walmart. Like, if you would have to drag her kicking and screaming into Walmart as if Dog knew going back to the, vet, trying to pull him in the way a dog would kick its feet back and go, that's trying to get Erin into a Walmart. That or Boosie's. She won't walk in. I'd have to drag her in if I would never do that, by the way.
Yeah, I don't like Boosie's. Well,
Aaron don't like Boosie's.
I don't like Boosie's. I don't dislike it. I just don't care for it either way. You like it? I've been in there a couple times. Yeah, it's cool. It's amazing. Bathrooms are clean. Yeah, but it's just so many people, and just give me a regular old.
She would shoot me in the shoulder if I tried to pull her out of the car into a Boosie's.
Yeah, it's just too much. But the point of it all is the free market is working, right? That's Amazon is working inside the free market. Yes. Bezos is a leftist, complete leftist, and I disagree with almost everything he says and does. However, his product is superior. Though I despise it, I use it because it works. It's convenient. It's helpful. It does everything that I want it to do. That is the free market in a nutshell.
See, I love the story of he hung a banner in his garage and painted Amazon on it. Started his website selling books.
That's right. Yeah.
And now he does a better job in space exploration and sending up his, rockets, his phallic-shaped rockets, but whatever, it was weird. But still does a better job than NASA and what we, pay for. Obviously, I think Elon Musk does a way better job in, obviously controlling the industry,
We're pulling for him because he is a fan.
Sure.
Of
free speech,
the First Amendment. He's a fan of that and vows to support it. I don't agree with Elon Musk on everything.
But I love that Jeff Bezos used capitalism to make his life better and really make lives better for a lot of people. And I do respect that.
Me too.
And I respect the fact that I can order something today. It'll be at the house before I get home.
You ever ordered a cat?
No.
You can order a cat apparently from Amazon.
Oh, really?
I kid, you can't order a cat, but there is a couple. Maybe you can. I don't know. I've never really tried it. But there was a couple that were reunited with their cat. After they accidentally shipped it to Amazon.com, the cat was hiding in the box that they had returned. This is Carrie Clark and her husband explaining exactly what happened.
We got the most amazing, insane news in the entire world. I just couldn't even believe that she was in California. I thought it was a prank. I still hard to wrap my brain around. She was trapped in an Amazon package.
And it was in this really big-sized Amazon package.
We had no idea. So Matt took the package to the drop-off without knowing that our dear cat was inside.
Cat went 6 days without food and water. You're going to be okay.
Look,
how do you ship your damn cat? That's like something off of Christmas Vacation. She wrapped up her damn cat.
Yeah. Did it not scream? Did it not move in the box?
Meow.
Those people sound like, no offense, but they're like, oh my gosh, she ended up. But you know what? This is a good idea because I asked Echo the cat again this morning, when you going to kitty heaven, man?
See, that's ugly to that
When
cat.
you going, dude?
Yeah.
It's time to go.
I mean,
it's like 15 years old.
I don't want a cat.
Peeing everywhere, man.
I don't want a cat at all. I do not want a cat. I do not enjoy.
I like this idea, though. Send them back to Amazon.
Just ship them to Amazon like people did.
Echo, get in
the box.
It's an Amazon Echo, actually.
Right.
Put a little Amazon on Echo.
That's right. Absolutely. You send it on its way, man. Holy cow.
I'd like to return this Echo, please.
Yeah. Unbelievable. People are so dumb. I don't know
that worked out well. We didn't even plan that.
I know.
My cat's name's Echo. Amazon, sending them back.
We're going to put him in an Echo box and return him. This one doesn't work. This one is faulty.
This one's stupid.
This one pisses on the carpet.
Everywhere. Bath mats, carpeting, towels.
Exactly right. Oh, my goodness. The union, as we were talking about in that first segment, the union does not represent their members. I just don't. I guess I didn't grow up with unions or around unions. You did, Rhino, so you have a better understanding of how this works. Because when I look at it as an outsider looking in, I was like, ain't no way I would do that. Because everything that's promised usually is not delivered, or if it is, it's at a fraction. It's very governmental sounding to me.
It is very governmental, and it's really a scam more than anything else. And that's where you see the difference of what these people are saying. Like I said earlier, these guys stand up. They make $200,000, $300,000. Use Sean Fain. Sean Fain, yes, the union bosses, these are the people who get in these positions. They're basically working for these politicians more than anybody else. They're getting their kickbacks, they're getting support, they're getting the things that they want, and some of it is probably good for some of the employees. That's the hard part for employees, and this is why it's hard for them. But when it comes down to asking the questions, when it comes down to, hey, what do you want more? Most people are like, a better economy. We want the border closed. We don't want people coming in here taking our jobs. We understand that, hey, going full EV, and that's what happened with the EV workers and the United Auto Workers. Is Sean Fain threw one out. The workers said, no, they're destroying our industry. They're sending our jobs to places like Mexico. We saw it happen to Yellow Freight. We're seeing it now here in Sandy Springs with UPS. The more that these union bosses get involved, the more that they lay off regular employees. And most of those people, we saw it, and we heard the guy talk about how he felt about Joe Biden. It was very easy. These workers support Trump. And I think you brought up the number before, 3-1.
Ford lost, and I'm just glad you brought up the auto workers thing. Ford lost $132,000 on each electric vehicle it sold in the first quarter of 2024. $132,000 is what they lost on every vehicle they sold. The company expects EV costs to go up moving forward. There's no doubt about it. They're definitely going up. It's just crazy, man. This is like the next Cylindra is what it is with Ford. And I just, like the union thing, I don't understand. I've not been around it, but I've never seen anything that made me want to go, wow, I think I want to join a union. And Ford is cutting its own throat.
Yeah, they are. And, it's funny because the F-150 it's the Ford Lightning. It's a beautiful looking truck.
Yes, it looks
not
great.
As efficient, and the price on it is unaffordable. You can't afford trucks anymore.
Yeah,
excuse me. People can't even afford any kind of vehicle anymore.
Even a gas-powered pickup truck these days, $80,000.
$80,000 to $90,000 easily. Can I tell you a funny EV story from a good friend of ours, Adam Andy?
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Adam Andy got a Tesla. Adam Andy had to drive to Augusta yesterday to do a very, very liberal, by the way, a Biden. It was a Biden rally, although Joe Biden wasn't there, but it was all the members in Augusta. He's covering it and doing work for them. And so he takes his Tesla to Augusta. He starts to drive home and realizes, I need a charge because I'm not going to get home. So he goes 40 miles and there's a charging station, a supercharge. So he drives 40 miles down. He gets to right before the charging station, the exit, and all of a sudden it tells him turn around, and he goes turn around, and so then he looks and it goes that charging station is closed. Turn around, go back 40 miles. So the Tesla turns around, goes back 40 miles back to Augusta, then goes to the charger there, brings him back to that charger. He was there for 3 hours yesterday trying to charge the Tesla to get home.
I love it.
And I said, what are you doing, dude?
Well,
what are you doing? Why? See, what are we talking about this
I'm
for?
not comfortable sharing which coworker. We have a coworker in the building that drives an EV.
Mm-hmm.
He had to leave it charging on one of the supercharging stations, but had to, in the middle of his show, run out to the parking deck and unplug it because it was going to start charging him double. I guess he left it there too long. It's the worst case scenario. Remember when we were talking about convenience with Amazon in that last segment?
Yeah.
Or in the beginning of this segment. We were talking about how convenience makes the world go round, and that's why Amazon is successful, even if you don't like the company or the values of the company. It works. It makes sense. EV does not. Will it one day make sense?
Maybe.
Possibly, yeah. Years from now? It's going to be years from now. Now, please don't buy into the marketing campaign that it is green energy, because it is not. That is a complete marketing campaign. This is the reason it's all failing. And you have companies like Ford saying that they're losing $132,000 on each car they sell. 7 a.m. hour brought to you by Van Zant Law. If you've been in an accident, make the right call. VanZantLaw.com.
All right, here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, April 26th. 28 pro-terrorist supporters were arrested on the Emory University campus. According to the university, officials... oh boy, I wrote my own news wrong today. According to university, 3, 2, 1, mark. According to university officials, 20 members that were arrested are members of the Emory community. Emory police brought in the help of Atlanta police and the Georgia State Patrol to remove the trespassers. A grand jury in Look,
it's Friday, y'all. It's Friday.
I'm gonna go home.
Throw the man a bone.
I want
It's
to go
Friday.
home.
Let him go.
A grand jury indicted a man and his wife for the murder of the man's 8-year-old daughter. 34-year-old stepmother Natalia Barros was indicted on malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree for beating the 8-year-old to death with a wooden rolling pin. The father, Claudir Mendez, was charged with murder in the second degree and 2 counts of cruelty to children. In sports, with the 8th pick in the NFL draft, the Falcons pick QB Michael Penix Jr. out of Washington. Penix led FBS schools with 4,903 passing yards and was third in touchdowns with 36 touchdown passes. 2 Georgia players would also get chosen in the first round. Tight end Brock Bowers went to the Las Vegas Raiders, and offensive tackle Amarius Mims will be a Cincinnati Bengal.
Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3. Joe Biden will not use executive authority to secure the southern border to protect you and your loved ones. Will not. Next on the Morning Xtra on Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. We're on the air until 10. Then Beck, Clay, and Buck. Local afternoon show starting at 3 with the Kimmer.
The Kimmer Show is only live on Extra 106.3 every weekday afternoon on your drive home.
But first, insurrection twice today. Jew-hating Democrats shut down the Senate cafeteria right after they shut down a Senate Armed Services Committee hearing this morning. This was an insurrection. They stopped the people's business. The federal building could not get to where they're supposed to go. They were not allowed to do what they're supposed to do. 2 insurrections in one day. And do you think you're going to be in solitary confinement for 3 years and wait for a trial? No, they're special.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app.
You shouldn't need a degree in finance to choose a checking account. That's why we made Truist One Checking. No trade-offs, no compromise, no hassle. Just the stuff you want from a bank that cares. And that means no overdraft fees, lots of practical perks, and automatic upgrades. Truist One Checking. One simple choice. Visit truist.com/one. Truist.com/ONE. Truist Bank, member FDIC.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Help Special Olympics Georgia cheer on the Flame of Hope as it makes its way to Emory University for the 2024 Special Olympics Georgia State Summer Games. The Flame of Hope will be escorted by the local law enforcement torch run officers. Be on the lookout for the torch run going through Atlanta and ending at the opening ceremony for the Summer Games on May 24th. Want to get involved? Support a Special Olympics Georgia athlete today by adopting a duck at duckrace.com/Atlanta. All proceeds will help provide meals and housing for the Georgia athletes. That's duckrace.com/Atlanta.
No one plans on going to jail, but when it happens, it's important that you know who to call. Call A Second Chance Bail Bonds, where we believe everyone deserves a second chance. Whether your loved one has been arrested in Cherokee, Clayton, or any of the other metro Atlanta counties in between, A Second Chance Bail Bonds works fast to help expedite release within hours. A Second Chance. It's better to know us and not need us than need us and not know us. Call A Second Chance 24/7 at 404-BAIL-OUT. That's 404-BAIL-OUT. Or online at atlbail.com.
Pack your bags and join the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets football team in Dublin, Ireland as Toe meets leather to kick off the 2024 football season in Dublin. The Aer Lingus College Football Classic will feature your Yellow Jackets versus the Florida State Seminoles in a special Week 0 matchup on August 24th, 2024. Don't miss this unique opportunity to visit one of the world's most popular travel destinations while cheering on the Jackets on a global stage. For travel packages, tickets, and more information, go to gt2ireland.com. Sting 'em.
The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer.
Isn't it odd that we keep calling this a democracy when our founding fathers actually hated the idea of democracy?
And why they deliberately did not have a democracy so the people of your company could say, okay, everybody in favor of a 2-day work week, raise your hand.
An early definition of Democrat is one who caters to the mindless whims of the masses.
Bortz and The Kimmer are only on Extra 106.3 and the Extra app. The Morning Extra. Glenn Beck, Clay and Buck, The Kimmer Show, Jesse Kelly, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson. The biggest lineup of conservative voices in the South are on Extra 106.3 FM and the Extra 106.3 app.
Apparently on social media, it's blowing up. Something that has divided America. I mean, we talk about this kind of stuff all the time on the show, and sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's heavy. It has divided America, though. This one has divided America on social media. It blew up last night. It's blown up this morning. Whether you should wash new clothes before wearing them. That is the thing that has divided America like nothing else. Nothing political, nothing in the sports world can divide America like this. I have never wash my clothes before I wear them after I buy them. Maybe it's a bad idea. Maybe you think I'm gross. I'm fine with that. My wife, on the other hand, washes everything that she buys before she wears it. And she even asked me, she was like, do you want me to wash that before you wear it? And I'm like, no, it's fine.
No, why? It smells new.
That's exactly. It smells very chemically.
It's cleanest it'll ever be.
But that's the thing. Apparently it's not. Apparently it's like all gross from all the people that's touched it, all the shipping that it's gone through. Just apparently it's really
gross. I order from Amazon. It comes in plastic bags. I just assume that it's been sitting on a shelf somewhere.
Yeah, well, but there had to be something that the hands that created. I don't know, man. That's what I've read. That clothes are really, really nasty and disgusting, and you should wash them. I don't take that advice. I don't heed that advice. Either. I don't plan to start.
I made it 50 years without falling apart because I didn't wash my clothes first.
That's right. It is a 50-50 split when people are asked, what should you do? And 50 says, yeah, wash it. You got to wash it.
It's got to be men and women.
I would think so too, Joey.
It has to be.
Yeah.
Board up Joe Virgin River.
Do people get brand new sneakers? I mean, people put their feet in them and do that. Do you change them and clean them and do all that before you wear them?
No.
Unsure, man. Unsure. I just know that is that's the dividing factor this morning. It's not college campuses erupting. It's not
underwear
closing the border. Underwear. See, that's another.
It's all packaged. I don't wash it first.
No, putting on that new pair of underwear,
and that's the closest thing to my body.
Dude, it's a nice feeling.
It's a good feeling.
It's got. I think Joe.
It's like crisp new sheets.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't wash sheets either. I just throw them right on the bed, man. Let's go.
Does. My wife washes it. If it comes into the house, if she's going to wear it. Or sleep on it like the sheets, it's going to be washed for sure. Not me.
Makes sense, I think.
Maybe.
I understand why.
I'm not doing it.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah, I'm not doing it.
I get it completely.
Yeah.
It's kind of gross. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, it's problematic. It's a waste of time. And even if it should be done, I'm not going to do it. Is
that a TikTok thing? Are we done with it finally? Are they going to ban stupid things like that? Should you wash your new clothes?
No, because I think those are real conversations.
Conversation.
People actually
I like it.
Well, then why would you want to ban it?
No, I just ban TikTok. Are they banning TikTok
it's funny you bring that up because
it's like a TikTok question we're asking.
Joe Biden has a new TikTok campaign. They just banned it. He just signed the legislation to ban TikTok or force the sale.
Oh, I love it.
And he is launching a new campaign on TikTok.
So weird. I don't get it.
Isn't he trying to get young people to vote for him?
That's why.
What a moron.
That is exactly why he's doing it because
he's blaming the Republicans though. I mean, look,
but
here's the deal. It doesn't matter if he signs it. It matters who is pushing it, right? I mean, and if I were him, I would turn it around and be like, "Hey, youth, I had to sign this. This is what they wanted in order for me to give money to the terrorist groups out there, like Ukraine.
I gotta let you know.
So what I'm going to tell you is, the Republicans failed you on the TikTok. They're the ones who are ruining the youth vote, if anything, because in reality, and look, I don't care if they ban TikTok. I don't care if it changes ownership. Like, this means nothing to me. What it does mean to me is that you fought harder to get a TikTok ban that does nothing for any of us. They're, oh, hey, we got a TikTok ban. What do I care? I wasn't on TikTok. I haven't been on TikTok. I thought it was a Chinese spy tool for 10 years. You didn't do anything for me, Mike Johnson, by putting this in. You lost on the border, and this is how you appease me by saying,
Look
hey,
how good we are.
We gave you a TikTok ban?
Did it.
That's what I'm offended about.
Dude, this huge flex.
Yeah.
We did it.
We did it. I know I've said the border 1,700 times and that I told you. And this is the other thing they're telling me now. Oh, don't worry. We're not going to give them $60 billion again to Ukraine. You liars. You said this last time.
They will lie to you over and over again. They will spit in your face and tell you it's raining.
Did we not have this fight?
Yes,
Did we not have the fight go, hey, you're not going to send $60 billion. You know why? Because you're not going to have any kind of accountability. You're not going to give me an inspector general. We're not going to send it. And then we lose and they go, okay, but next time they ask for money, we're not. Guess what we just did? The same amount of money.
They are going to lie to you every time.
And no border.
And
but we got TikTok banned.
Yeah, exactly.
Yay.
But that's the thing. And they're not going to use executive order, even though they've used it on more than any other president. From day one to day now, they've used it more than anybody else. And they're not going to do it in the most important situation facing the United States, the southern border, wide open. And they are not going to use executive order to close it.
Should we interpret him saying he's going to come back to it as a sign that he's going to do some executive action in the next
Oh, well, look, we've always been very clear. No executive action is actually going to do what that border security plan would have done.
Okay, well, do something. How about do something?
What border security plan? Are you talking about H.R. 2, the one that the Republicans put through, the one that Mike Johnson allowed to fail, the one that Marjorie Taylor Greene, who I don't know why Neil Bortz continues to go down that path when she's the only one standing up saying, you know what, we need to shut the border down. I don't care. Neil is wrong. And I don't understand his hatred.
He's wrong.
Yeah, his personal hatred for this woman is ridiculous. She's doing a great job speaking for the people. Mike Johnson sold us out. We were promised the border, and we were promised that, you know what? Okay, we may not get H.R. 2, but he is going to get an executive order because he can do it. He didn't do it. Isn't that the part of the deal you gave us, Mike Johnson? That's what you told us?
Failure.
No, instead, we're all going to die of fentanyl overdoses.
Failure.
We're going to allow that.
Republicans have continued to fail you, and they will continue to fail you moving forward, and we'll talk about it. In coming up a little further into the show, probably closer to the 9 o'clock hour, about 9:25. I know that's a long tease, but we're going to get back to that conversation about the Republicans saying, "Oh, no more money to Ukraine." Now you're saying it after you sent them $60 billion. I don't believe you. I don't believe you at all. And you shouldn't. Listening right now, you shouldn't believe them either, because they've lied to you over and over and over again, and we'll continue. We're going to take a break. We'll get a Neil Bortz report. We'll get a Fox News update, and then we'll come back to the Morning Extra. Tug, Rhino, and Los. The campus unrest showed up in Atlanta yesterday, but it wasn't students causing the trouble. I bet you can probably guess who it was, but we'll discuss it in case you don't know. 404-741-1230 is the number to the Morning Extra.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
You know, I'm not all bombast about politicians and liberals and dumbass college students. Every once in a while, I have a nice piece of advice for everybody. And right now, you dog owners, are you upset if your dog drinks out of the toilet? Don't be. Your dog has it right. You, in all likelihood, have it wrong. The discussion of dogs drinking out of toilets came up on my show many years ago. Somebody at the radio station thought it was clever to put a baby Ruth in the ice machine. Oh, my God! And I said, you know, that's really okay. The ice in that ice machine is already dirty enough. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. We got a testing company, a laboratory to send us some sterile containers. I took one of those containers to the ice machine in the break room, filled it with ice. I assigned to Belinda the job of go scooping toilet water into the other container. We sealed them, we labeled them, we sent them off for testing. Took about a week. They came back. And do you want to know what the results were? The level of bacteria in the melted ice from the ice machine was 3 times higher than the level of bacteria in the toilet water. Now, I will admit we flushed the toilet before we secured that sample, but 3 times more bacteria in the ice. Your dog got it right. All you have to do to protect their health is flush, darn it. More advice from Mr. Science here, coming up in future commentaries. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Convenience is defined as the state of being able to proceed with something with little effort or difficulty. Well, at RBM of Atlanta, we embody this philosophy. Meet our Mercedes-Benz pickup and delivery service. It gives you back time and money. Does your Mercedes-Benz need service? If so, we'll pick up your vehicle that's requiring service from your home or office and bring it back to our dealership for the required service. With over 100 appointments available every weekday, over 50 appointments on Saturdays, and more than 200 courtesy vehicles in our fleet, we're here to serve. We'll work around your schedule. We're here to save you time, energy, and money. RBM of Atlanta is a J.D. Power 2023 Diamond Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience and Georgia's only 9-time Mercedes-Benz Best of the Best winner. We're proud to be Atlanta's Mercedes-Benz connection since 1964. Pickup and delivery service restrictions do apply. Ask your service coordinator or service advisor for details.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Over the weekend, a series of articles in the Sunday Atlanta Journal-Constitution that were interesting. There's a surprise. And they weren't about race. Another shocker. What were they reporting on? The problems getting an operator on the line when you dial 911. There is an industry standard for 911 emergency call centers, and that is that every 911 call should be answered within 20 seconds. But it's not working that way in the metro Atlanta area.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey Broadcasting Station. The 8 a.m. hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air.
We need common ground, not vicious competition. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's what China's leader Xi Jinping says after wrapping up a meeting today with Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
We've advanced our cooperation on fentanyl and other synthetic drugs, the number one killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45.
Blinken also says they'll work together on artificial intelligence amid trade disputes, where the biggest American concern remains China helping Russia.
The PRC providing components that are powering Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine.
As the U.S. prepares new weapons and ammo to send to Ukraine, American military officials tell AP Ukraine's no longer using 31 Abrams tanks the U.S. sent last year. 5 have been destroyed. The others considered too vulnerable now to Russian attacks. Former President Trump will soon head back to court in New York for more testimony at his first criminal trial as we await a Supreme Court ruling, who knows when, on his claim to be immune from prosecution in the federal 2020 election-related case. Justice Samuel Alito was worried that if presidents are not immune,
will that not lead us into a cycle that destabilizes the functioning of our country?
Now, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson feared at yesterday's hearing what blanket immunity might lead to.
Wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office?
The demonstrations continue on college campuses across the country.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
That's at George Washington University this morning. Now, there have also been protests against Israel and pro-Palestinian across the country. Campuses where there have been arrests from Massachusetts to New York to Georgia to Texas out to California. America's listening to Fox News.
All right, Father's Day, graduation season right around the corner. And if you're looking for a really great, unique gift, you got to check out the personalized receiver covers from my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they're available for Henry's Golden Boy and Golden Boy Silver rifles, which come in 3 calibers, 22 LR, 22 Magnum, and 17 HMR. Just go to henryusa.com and type in personalized in your search box. Well, there you're going to find a link to the product page with step-by-step instructions. They can engrave any message that you want, up to 20 words, and the process is easy, it's simple, it's affordable, and it doesn't require a gunsmith. Check out Henry's personalized receiver covers if you're looking for a great gift for dads or grads. Make sure you get their free catalog. They mail it with free decals and a list of dealers where you live. That's henryusa.com. You get the free catalog, free decals. They have 200 rifles, shotguns, revolvers to choose from, and you're going to love this company. I know I do.
No need for traffic updates. We always steer you right. It's the Morning Extra on 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. I project when I speak, right? And Joey, I was just telling Rhino that some days by the end of the week, because I do a lot of speaking just like you do, just like we all do on this show, but then I go home and do other shows and other formats, and I speak another 2.5, 3 hours, and then it's just what we do, man. We speak. Right. We speak for a living. You cut
I just don't shut up. I may not be speaking to anyone. I just keep talking.
Talking to yourself. I love it. But Joey told me, he was like, the problem is, and he, look, to Joey's credit, board up Joe Virgin River here on Extra 106.3 in the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los.
At Joe Tom Virgin.
That's where you can find him on Twitter. Joe's like, you got to speak from your diaphragm, or through your how'd you say it?
Through your diaphragm.
Yeah, exactly. I don't even know what that is.
What is a diaphragm? Like, I don't have a diaphragm.
I kind of know what that is.
Your diaphragm
That's not
is
real.
A muscle.
No, it's not.
I believe that's right where like the top of your stomach is.
So Joe and I trade out.
I don't even believe in it.
Yeah, it's a conspiracy.
It's like unicorns.
It's like, yeah, exactly. No, but like Joe and I, we go back and forth. He asked me a question about, because he's young and is just beginning his career, and Rhino and Los and I have been doing this for 20 years or so, and so Joe has questions, and I try to provide good answers and say, hey, here's how I've done it in the past, or here's how I would do it, and that's a trade-off. And he told me, he was like, I can teach you how to speak through your diaphragm, and it takes that pressure off a little bit.
It is.
And he told me that it is really creepy, that I would have to lay down on the floor and he would put his hands on my stomach.
Okay, yeah, do this. In fact, let's do it on the desk so the camera can capture all this, please.
And I was like, this seems really awkward. I mean, it's something that I need to learn to do, though, because my throat is sore at the end of the week.
That's really a thing?
Yeah, because it's a habit that we breathe through our chest. So we breathe...
Yeah,
and our shoulders go up.
Yep.
But breathing through your diaphragm, your shoulders don't go up at all. It's your stomach contracting.
But how does that help you when you speak?
Because instead of the pressure being at your throat, your pressure's through your diaphragm. Okay. I learned this through like singing and theater.
That's the thing.
You have to sit up straight for sure when you speak through your diaphragm, right?
I'm trying to
it helps a lot.
It's awkward.
Where is my diaphragm? It's under here, under my rib?
Yeah.
So Joe, what
Can
you might not know about Joe is that Joe is a
song and dance man.
Well, yeah, but I mean, but has been successful in music and on the stage, and that's where your passion is.
Hold on, success in what way? Because he's sitting on the other side of the glass right now. He couldn't have been that successful.
Yeah, I wasn't that successful, Tug.
Well, I mean, I think you do a good job when you.
Oh yeah,
I don't know. He sung for us the other day, and cats were running around.
No. When he sang the other day, it was okay. It was the horrible impression. Then when he was because he came out with a good impression, you're like, okay, well, and you gave him a task.
That's right.
Said,
and
how do you
followed up with the bad
and
one.
then it was followed
I apologize.
up with
it wasn't a song
with a horrible.
Well, he sucks at that part. The songs I'm not sure about yet. Yeah. We might have to have him do. What's your go-to
kind
of music?
Hello, my darling.
Yeah.
Well, if you want to hear me sing really well, I can do some theater songs.
Is that what you are though? Like theater? Like
Yeah.
is that where your strength is?
That's where I was.
Is that where you
actually trained how to sing?
That's where you use your diaphragm.
Yeah.
That's where you learn to use that.
Okay. You learn to use the diaphragm on
Yeah.
stage.
So you push and mix with your head voice, and you use your
You
diaphragm.
have a voice in your head.
Yeah.
A head voice.
Well, we all have that, though, a little bit, don't we?
Yeah. Unfortunately, I try to block him
if
out.
I'm talking up here, it's my head voice because the air pressure that you speak through, it's not coming this way
That's very technical.
out of your mouth.
It
It's
sounds
going
too much.
through the top of your head.
I just like doing. Like I talk and breathe, and I don't know how it works.
No, you just
I don't
do
know
it.
where
It's
it's
very
coming from.
natural.
It just continues.
It's just natural.
When I can't do it anymore, well, so be it.
Yeah, I think all this is true, but I do need to learn. So if you know any people that won't let me
You
down
gotta start
the floor,
doing yoga.
I actually really like yoga.
Goat yoga, though.
No, I didn't like goat yoga.
I know you didn't.
We went, and me and Chuck Oliver and a couple other people went up to right on the border of North Fulton and Forsyth County, and there was a really nice lady up there who runs a farm, and it's beautiful right on the edge, like I said, right on the edge of Milton. And we went up there and did goat yoga. And the thing about goat yoga that I did not care for, because I love goats, I think they're awesome. I love goats. My sister-in-law has 2 goats, and I love them. They've yet to let me pet them. She's yet to name them, which is confusing. I think she'll get there at some point. But, so I'm there in downward dog.
Yeah.
And this goat walks up beside me, and I think it's going to jump on my back.
Sure.
Yeah, because that's what you see.
Its job, right?
That's yes, and they love to climb on things, and that's what you see in pictures of goat yoga is the goats standing on the back of people when they're doing the yoga, which is tough because yoga poses are tough to begin with. They're not easy to do.
Yeah.
Many of them. And so I'm waiting on this goat. He walks just past me, standing kind of his back legs right at my head. And then all of a sudden, these pellets started falling.
Oh.
Right next to my head.
Nope.
I was done with goat yoga from that moment on. I don't want to do goat yoga anymore.
You couldn't pay me to do goat yoga. I don't want to be around goats.
I love goats.
I love goats, but I don't want to put my head near, their little pellets.
Right. And this was a pile of pellets. You know how
just went.
Yeah, it was just yeah, right there, and it formed. You remember on Bugs Bunny?
My goat butt impression. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
I'm good at impressions.
It was a good one. You remember on Bugs Bunny when Wile E. Coyote would take the Roadrunner food and pour it out, and it landed in a perfect little stack?
Yeah.
That's exactly what the goat poop looked like, except it was brown versus yellow.
I kind of wish it was on your back now, though.
Yeah, well,
Doing that.
Thank you, Ryan. I appreciate that.
Just turn around, you feel a big pile on the back of your
It's all
neck.
super warm.
You're bound up. I don't. So what is the point of goat yoga? Though?
They say it's even more relaxing because the
Come
goats,
on, how's it more relaxing when it's pooping near your ear?
Right, you're shooting the messenger. I don't know the answer, man. I'm just telling you what they told me.
I thought you might have learned this. Wow.
I'm sure they told me, but after the goat pooped next to my head, I forgot.
Because I think that's when I'd start asking more questions, like, "How is this more relaxing, ma'am?"
I don't feel relaxed. There's poop next to my head.
Look what this goat just did next to my face. How is this relaxing?
And then down the way, there's some other people that
chewing on your ears. They eat everything
in our little class, and the goat peed right next to them. I mean, and we're on mats, and it was just splattering everywhere. And I was like, "Oh my god, this is awful." This is awful.
Yeah, see, that's where these people,
exfoliant.
the hippie person, like I'm a hippie conservative. I'll admit that. I like yoga and all that stuff.
Me too.
But then when they start trying to explain it to you, like you're supposed to just be open to it, and it's like the urine of a goat is very refreshing, and no, you don't.
Well, they didn't
stop
go that
drinking
far.
it.
I know they didn't go
but it is a fragrance that does tend to relax
stinks.
people, and you're like, no, it doesn't.
I've been around goats all my life. They
So
smell
I'll get
bad.
a sound bowl now. That'll make you feel better.
Those are cool. I can dig that.
Wow.
Goats smell bad. I love them. I was raised around them. I love them. However, they smell bad. And they poop and they pee everywhere.
See, that doesn't sound relaxing.
It doesn't, it's
like,
not.
I get the sound bowl. I get that, Sade music in the background.
Love
but
it
when
all.
you get that and you're like, wah, wah, and then you got, ma.
Yeah.
And you're like, you just heard this, like, ma.
Like on the commercial. The other thing is
you're not relaxing anymore, dude.
they need to get those Tennessee fainting goats. That way, if you get upset and it poops next to you, all you do is clap, and then they just freeze up and fall over.
I might be embarrassed about this, but if you ever want to see me turn into a 6-year-old boy, throw fainting goats around because I run at them like a kid.
Yeah.
And then watch
And they
them
lock
fall,
up.
And then I run to the next one and the next one. I act like a child.
It's
when
like
I
a
see
game.
it.
Yeah.
I've never heard of fainting goats.
Oh my God, they're the best.
Oh my God, Joe.
You
Are
scare
serious?
one dude and they fall.
serious,
Oh
yes.
my God, go look it up. Look it up on YouTube. There's got to be a million
They're from
great
Tennessee.
videos.
There's a breed from Tennessee,
Yeah.
but there's several different
They
types.
train them to do that?
No, it's inherent. It's a defense mechanism.
They're like possums.
Kind of,
Very
yeah.
similar, yeah.
Yeah.
The fainting goat you run up to, or you make a noise, and they'll just like
they
stiffen up.
They physically stiffen up
and then fall over.
Fall over. It's great.
That's awesome.
It's
they like
entertaining.
literally turn into mannequins.
I would be running around clapping.
Thank you.
Like
Exactly,
a child.
like everybody else.
That's what I did.
Just like everybody else. Morning Extra at Extra 106.3. Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. It was so disappointing yesterday about 2 o'clock when all the news started breaking about what was happening at Emory University.
Yeah.
It was so embarrassing for me that my hometown, my city, and the place that I love so much had been drug into this crazy campus battle that we're seeing on college campuses around the country. Knowing what is at stake, knowing what is being protested, that it bothered me so much, and it didn't do anything to help me when I found out that it wasn't students. It was more of a the lefty loonies, the agitators. That didn't make me feel any better. I thought that it might, but that just means that those fools are here and will cause chaos from here on out because school is going to get out very soon. I'm going to pick my son up from college next week.
Yeah.
School is going to be out, so if there's no campuses to field those street communists, as Lowe's calls them, what are they going to do? They're going to move to other places, and that's going to affect you and I directly, whether on a bridge, whether in traffic, wherever they show up. That's going to be problematic, and it's going to continue. But just seeing it here yesterday was so off-putting.
Yeah, and we got to remember that these people have no idea what they're talking about. And if you don't think it's a threat to call to kill Jews, because that's what's going on. That's what the call is. The group was holding signs and chanting Free Palestine. That's fine. Listen, Free Palestine, you want to go with that? Go ahead. It's stupid. It's ridiculous, whatever. But when you start chanting from the river to the sea and not knowing what that means, that you want to perform genocide on the people, you're sitting here and spreading a lie, spreading what you think is one way, when a terrorist organization that rapes and murders children, that rapes girls, that beheads people, that pees on people, that drags them through the streets, that's who you're supporting. That's who you're supporting. And then you're calling for that. You're calling for that by saying from the river to the sea, I want every Jew killed. That's what you're saying. And if you don't think I, as a Jew who live in this city, or many other Jews that live in this city, feel threatened, I hate to tell you we are.
Well, yeah.
We are. We are buying guns at a record rate, and something bad is going to happen, and that's what these people want.
I told you a story, Rhino, and I'll share the story on the air, too. I went and played cornhole in our league in Alpharetta on Wednesday. It kind of breaks up the work week. It's so much fun. Me and my wife and some friends go out. One of my dear friends, his name is Brett. He's a Jewish man. He is the kindest, most gentle. I don't know which way he flows politically. Have no idea. We've never talked politics ever. He's just a wonderful human being and one of my dearest friends. Our kids have grown up together, and I couldn't help but think, with all this going on, I wonder what he thinks about this. I wonder if he feels concerned for himself, his family, his kids. And I couldn't help but think, yes, it has to be. And it just wasn't the right setting to ask him the question and bring it up, as we're all out, having cold pops, throwing bags. It was just a fun time. And there's that part of me that goes, these people on college campuses that are protesting, they despise my friend, and they don't know him. They have no connection to him, yet they hate him. And that breaks my heart, man, because he is the greatest dude. We've been friends for at least 50, it's probably 17 years now. And his family is dear to me. His children are dear to me. They've been to my house a million times. They've crashed over. My son has crashed over at their house a million times. It's that kind of relationship. And all I could think about is somebody despises my friend Brett because he's Jewish.
Yeah.
That's the reason. Dr. King is rolling over in his grave when he sees and hears about this from the pearly gates, where I know he is. But that's something that he spoke out against and he talked against, and he said, be better, expect better, do better. And these people on the left, these leftists, they care nothing about the message of Dr. King. They care nothing about the message of do unto others as you would have them do unto you, the golden rule. They do not care. They merely hate. And that's heartbreaking to see in America.
It is very heartbreaking to see. And the fact that you have professors, you have faculty that support this, they are lying just as much as everybody else. And one of the faculty members, Tara Doyle, she's a lecturer at Emory's Candler School of Theology, says a use of force was unnecessary. You're absolutely right. The use of force by these protesters was absolutely unnecessary. They had every right to, and if you're a student, you have every right to get out there and protest. Here's the problem. And Tara Doyle, I want you to come on the show if you'd like. I know you're not listening, but at the same time, let's talk about this, okay? Because they weren't students. They're professional paid agitators, paid by the Southern Poverty Law Center, paid by groups to create chaos. These weren't students. These were people trespassing. So the fact that you're upset that the police were there, so let me ask you this, Tara Doyle. Let's say somebody who didn't agree with you was to take up, and they don't belong on the Emory campus, and they were to come out there and go, well, I like to wear a white hood. I like to say that black people are inferior. So I'm going to stand on this campus and I'm going to put up a tent. I'm going to yell horrible things. March all these black people to wherever, blah, blah, blah. How would you feel, Tara? Who would you want there defending you? Would you want police? Would you want the Emory police? And let's be honest, the Atlanta Police Department didn't come running down there to throw you off. The Georgia State Patrol and Brian Kemp didn't call them and go down to Emory right now and take care of this. The Emory police that were on that campus, when these people who came there, who don't belong there, and who were trespassing, said, hey, we need your help. We need the APD and we need the GSP to come help us. So let's get all the facts straight. Because none of you would accept this if it was the other way around. None of you, when you go to Stone Mountain Park because all of a sudden there's a KKK rally, you want the police there throwing them out, don't you? But you don't want people calling for the death of Jews right in front of their face. In Emory, where I hate to tell you this, there are a lot of Jews that go to that campus. I know so many. I have Jewish family. My son's aunts went to Emory. They are there all the time. This is disgusting what they're allowing at this school.
And we'll close on this thought. There is a woman who's posted a video. Think about this, and this is going from the heaviest of problems we have with these protests to the lightest, but a problem nonetheless. There's a woman who has posted on social media. She is a USC grad out there where all those protests were happening, and she is not in support of them. She says, I missed my high school graduation because of the COVID lockdowns, and I know several folks, including my son's best friend's sister, who missed her entire high school graduation. They didn't have one because of the COVID lockdown. This woman, same way, now she's getting ready to graduate USC. Guess what's going to happen? She's missing that graduation too, this time because of the pro-Hamas protests. So, super heavy.
Yeah.
Super. Your points are so well taken. That's the heaviest end of this. This is the lightest end, but it's no different. This woman's life is being disrupted because of this. She missed her high school graduation. Now she's going to miss her college graduation too. All because of authoritarianism and then pro-Hamas, pro-terrorist protests on her college campus. It's unreal, man, what's happening in America. You don't think that matters to her? Of course it matters to her. Of course. These are life events that she has had snatched away from her. Once because our government lied to us, and the World Health Organization lied to us, and the CDC lied to us. She missed that one. There was no reason for her to miss her high school graduation. She was the least susceptible to COVID to begin with. And then now, these crazy, crazy leftist communists, street communists, as Los calls them, are disrupting her life again. She's missing her college graduation. Maybe you know folks in that same situation. I don't know anybody that's missing college graduation at this point. That don't mean I won't.
How do you think they'd react if I used one of the Hamas anti-homosexual chants when I went down there?
You wouldn't be able to. They would.
Why?
They would,
it's Hamas chant about throwing them off the top of building, but that's who they're supporting. What do you mean they don't know that? Why can't I go and support?
Do you have the cut of the lady that doesn't know why she's protesting? Play that real quick, Joe. Play that.
And what would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stop.
So let's throw
I
your
honestly
friend
don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing?
That's all we need right
Do
there.
you know?
Do you know why we're out here protesting?
And then she goes, I'm uneducated. Well, so am I. I'm uneducated.
So I'm saying people don't have...
Wait, where do you go to school again? Columbia?
So, yeah. Actually, she went to NYU. She was going... Oh, no, she went to Columbia.
She was
coming
from Columbia. Come to NYU.
And going to NYU.
How did she get in? I'm uneducated. Good job, Columbia.
Money. Daddy's rich. Exactly right.
Stupid kids.
Stupid. Now you know why I say they don't know. They wouldn't know that.
We're going to go use pro-Hamas, anti-homosexual chants and be like, wait, I thought I'm here for you. This is what they want.
When we continue on Extra 106.3, just remember, a good SAT score and self-entitlement does not supersede the law. It does not. 8 o'clock hours brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of the few second-generation, locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. 770-GET-HEAT and centralheat.com.
Atlanta radio legends collide on Extra 106.3. The legend Neil Bortz is live every week with Atlanta legend The Kimmer. Because when you get these two guys together, who knows where we'll end up?
I am shocked. Well, not that shocked.
The Kimmer is live on your drive home every weekday afternoon from 3 to 6. And now Neil Bortz joins this show every week. And if you miss it, catch up anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
You started your business. You took the leap of faith that you wanted to take. You didn't want to work for anybody else. You wanted to work for you. You wanted to build a future that you could pass down from generation to generation and make a difference in your family's future. Now you gotten to the point where you need more cash. You want to grow that business that's been so successful at this point. Are you ready to share your vision? About 3 minutes. They can tell you at First Liberty Building and Loan down in Noonan with 90% confidence that they can make your dream a reality. If you need from about $250,000 all the way up to about $10 million, they deal with businesses every day, and they loan to businesses like yours every day. If you're a small business owner and you're looking for that cash, that loan to grow your business, to buy out your competition, build a building, buy a building, whatever it is needed for, First Liberty Building and Loan wants to help, and they can. They can do SBA loans, commercial loans, construction perm loans. They can do accounts receivable loans, bridge loans, employee retention tax credits. They can do it all. They're based in Noonan, and they can make your dream come true if you're willing to go to FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com. Share your dream and get the loan you need. From Brant Frost and his family at First Liberty Building and Loan. FirstLibertyGA.com. FirstLibertyGA.com.
This is Dan Watkins with All Four Seasons. We've always been Atlanta's best at installing and servicing garage and entry doors, but you would be surprised at how many windows we've installed as well. So we're proud to announce a new division, All Four Seasons Windows. We now have the ability to make sure every opening in your house is safe, energy efficient, and looks darn good. So give us a call today to schedule your free sales consultation. Find out how you can decrease your energy bills and increase the beauty and value of your home with All Four Seasons garage, entry doors, and windows.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Horizon Background Screening is a fully licensed and insured private investigations firm that focuses on litigation support for law firms, criminal defense cases, and background investigations. We are also FCRA compliant and process pre-employment background checks, tenant screening, and background checks for volunteer organizations. Whether your business is a law firm needing anything from scene investigations to witness interviews, or a company that requires pre-employment background checks, we have the experience you need. Visit horizonscreening.com to learn more. That's horizonscreening.com.
Neil Borch here. Maybe you've already taken the steps to improve your health, maybe save your life. You're using a CPAP for your sleep apnea. I've been using one for well over 20 years. So right now, I'm here to tell you about a source for CPAPs and CPAP supplies here in the Atlanta area. CPAPs, etc. They're in Alpharetta. They have whatever you need. Roddy and Sharon are your CPAP experts, and they'll ship nationwide. More information, CPAPsETC.com.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Northwest Pediatric Care.
Hi, I am Dr. Figaro. Northwest Pediatric Care is a primary care medical home for infants, children, and young adults. We see patients from birth to age 21. We are located in Lake Point Professional Center, and our practice consists of 2 board-certified providers, myself and pediatric nurse practitioner Cora Crumby. We are excited to bring our brand and exceptional medical care to Ackworth and the surrounding community.
I am nurse practitioner Cora. We are vaccine friendly and welcome the opportunity to discuss vaccine choices with our parents. We are open Monday through Friday and some Saturdays. You can look us up on Facebook, Instagram, and our website at nwpediatriccare.com.
Thanks so much. As a mother of 3, I'm thrilled to help spread the word of Northwest Pediatric Care. Friends, make an appointment today and tell them Our Town sent you.
Hey, it's Clay Travis. Buck Sexton and I are coming your way at noon, but right now we're getting your morning started right with Tug, Rhino, and Carlos Medina on the Morning Extra.
Download the app so you can listen live and on demand to the Morning Extra, to Clay and Buck, to the Glenn Beck program, to the afternoon show, 3 to 6 with the Kimmer, local here in Atlanta, to Jesse Kelly, Fox Across America with Jimmy Fallon. There's so many great shows that you can listen to on the Extra 106.3 app, and it's all waiting for you there. Live and on demand. Download it today, wherever you get your apps. Just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta. For Apple and Android. Did I say that already? I can't remember if I did, but if I haven't, you can get it for both platforms. I want to tell you something. Have you ever watched the Carol Burnett show? Did you watch that as a kid?
I did. I love it.
Me too. When she would tug at her ear just to say goodnight to, I think it was her daughter. Joey, that was probably way before. Do you know about Carol Burnett?
I know about her. Yeah.
Okay. Incredible sketch comedy show. So many funny skits. Harvey Korman was on there. Tim Conway was on there. Launched some incredible careers for comedians. Carol Burnett at 91 recently joked that she would like to do Bradley Cooper. Yes, that. She would like to do Bradley. This is her words. I'm not speaking out of turn. It's her words. 91, she recently joked she'd like to do Bradley Cooper. So Bradley Cooper turns around, sends her a birthday message saying, I've been such a massive fan of yours since I was a kid. Hope to meet you one day work together. Which is the right way to handle that. He did well. Good for Bradley Cooper. But could you imagine, let's say it was Clint Eastwood. He's, 93 now? So right there in the same age bracket. But Clint Eastwood, icon in Hollywood, much like Carol Burnett, icon in Hollywood. Let's say that Clint Eastwood, for his birthday, said he wanted to do Taylor Swift.
Yeah.
It would be a meltdown like you have never seen in your life. He would be excoriated as a dirty old man. He would be... his star would be ripped off the ground in Hollywood on that Hollywood Walk of Fame if the roles were reversed. I'm not mad at Carol Burnett for saying what she said. I think it's funny. But at the same time, it would probably be funny if Clint Eastwood said it too. But one, okay, the other would be demonized.
Oh, yeah.
In this backwards world that we live in.
It'd be so bad.
It'd be so bad.
You're like, ooh.
I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he said that.
She wasn't even born when he was of age.
Okay, same way with Bradley Cooper and Carol Burnett.
I have no problem with any of it.
Why? Why the double standard?
Because guys are creepy.
Why the double
standard? Look at Joe.
Why?
It's a lot creepier for Joe to say something about Taylor Swift than Taylor Swift saying something about, anybody else. Like Joe looks creepy.
Well, what's that got to do with anything?
I don't know. That's just why people act that way. Like, it's creepier for an old man than it is for an old woman.
Yeah, old men are creepier than old ladies.
But they're not in reality.
Listen,
they're not.
It's less creepy. In reality, it's less creepy that, I might be attracted to Martha Stewart than it would be if Taylor Swift were actually attracted to, a Clint Eastwood. That people would be like, ew, really? An old man like that? But me, to Martha, they'd be like, that's nice that he sees the beauty in an older woman.
You bring up a good point. No, you bring up a good point.
It's just a weird mindset people have, which it shouldn't matter either way.
If it's going to matter one way, it's got to matter the other way, right? That would be in a utopia that the left always tells us what we're headed toward with this Marxist revolution that they're trying to give us governmentally, give us culturally. I mean, that's what is happening, is a Marxist revolution across the country. And if you don't believe it's happening, you better get your head out of the sand, because it is happening. We could lose this country. We absolutely could lose this country. Ronald Reagan said, if we've not already, maybe it's not recoverable. I don't know. I hope that it is. I pray that it is. Ronald Reagan said you're one generation away from losing your freedom. Point to one Marxist government, point to one socialist government, point to one communist government that have not killed millions of people in their revolution. Point to one. There's not one. It's funny down in Argentina where Javier Milei is doing that. He's slashing. He's getting rid of socialism. Dude, I'm ready to line up behind that guy. Count me in for him.
Yeah.
Dude, Argentina's got their first budget surplus in nearly 20 years. And he's been in office less than 6 months.
This guy's
Socialism doesn't work. Marxism doesn't work. Communism doesn't work. All of it is false. All of it is evil. It is. I don't like to use the word evil because what's next? I mean, there's nothing left after evil. But those forms of government and thinking are evil.
Yeah.
Period.
These, it's going to be funny because these people who continue to support it, the people who are setting up tents on college campuses, you're going to end up living in tents based in socialism. I'll be more than happy to move to Argentina. Luckily, we now have family in Argentina. And so I understand how beautiful it is, and it's a great place. Look, it's not a perfect place in any regard whatsoever, but right now, Argentina seems like a much better place than the United States of, we are becoming the USSA because that's who we are becoming, and that's what they want. These people are so stupid that they continue down this path, and they're acting like the government is doing anything for them. No, they're taking from them. We are talking about border security, and they're like, border security is so important for Ukraine.
That border's our border. That is what we've heard over and over and over.
And then they act like
is our border.
And it is so confusing because we're like, but hey guys, I know your politics and all, but this is our border down here. Do you see? This is ours. This protects us. In order to protect, There's one thing that I can say about anybody who's dealing with any kind of issue or has people in their lives that are dealing with any kind of issue. Maybe it's a mental disorder, whatever it is, and you're dealing with a lot of stress in your life. There's one thing I can say to you. Until you take care of yourself, you can't take care of other people's.
That's true.
It's the same thing
Charity
here.
starts at home. I've always heard that, too.
Charity starts at home. If we can't take care of our home border, if we can't take care of ourselves, how do you expect us to continue to take care of everyone else? Because I'll tell you what's going to end up happening. These Islamic jihadists that are now praising all these idiot students, and half of them that they throw off the roofs of buildings, by the way, there are trans people starting GoFundMe pages for Hamas. For the people that if you were to go, in Islamic law, it is against Islamic law to be homosexual. Do you know what the punishment is? Death. Death for being gay. That's who you're supporting. You people are idiots. And you look at our border and you go, we don't want to support that. We want to support people that are going to come into our country through that border, agree with our statements because we have no idea what we're saying, then they'll eventually kill us. And then we're going to be like, why didn't you, the Republicans, take care of the border?
Yeah. That will be, absolutely.
Why didn't the Republicans vote for funding the border?
Man, it's because they don't care about the border being open. This is all part of the plan. This is part of this Marxist revolution that we're seeing take place in America.
This is fairyland. This is like fairy tale land.
Out of the sand if you don't believe that it's happening, because you're seeing it on college campuses all over the place. And as a matter of fact, AOC, she got mad when Columbia University used the NYPD to restore order. That's what she got mad about.
Yeah.
She got mad about restoring order. That's because Marxist revolutions, they can't have order. They want chaos. That's how they get the job done.
This is where AOC, again, they don't tell you the truth. So all you idiots that vote Democrat, that continue to listen to your lies, AOC said, this is such a horrific decision to mobilize the NYPD on their own students. It wasn't their students. It wasn't. You just literally heard something from two idiots that said, we came down here from Columbia because, we heard it's cool party time and, we're here to, throw people off the top of buildings and support that. But that's not what was said. Here's the best line ever said back to AOC, and this comes from NYPD Chief John Chell. He just wrote, easily, good SAT scores and self-entitlement do not supersede the law. These people were trespassing. These people are causing problems. These people are yelling things in Jews' faces and saying, you can't go to your own school.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. The 8 o'clock hour is brought to you by Central Heating and Air Conditioning, one of the few second-generation locally owned HVAC companies in Atlanta. With Central, you're not a number, you're a member of the family. They've been serving Atlanta for 77 years. They are an actual local company. 770-GET-HEAT, centralheat.com.
Here are your top stories in the state of Georgia for today, Friday, April 26. 28 pro-terrorist supporters were arrested on the Emory University campus. The anti-Semitic group, according to the university officials, 20 of those anti-Semites were arrested and were members of the Emory community, including some of their professors. I hope that Jewish people who donate to that school realize this. Emory police brought in the help of Atlanta police and the Georgia State Patrol to remove these trespassers. A grand jury indicted a man and his wife for the murder of the man's 8-year-old daughter. 34-year-old stepmother Natalia Barros was indicted on malice murder, 2 counts of felony murder, aggravated assault, and cruelty to children in the first degree for beating the 8-year-old to death with a rolling pin. The father, Claudir Barros, was charged with murder in the second degree and 2 counts of cruelty to children. And in sports, with the 8th pick in the NFL draft, the Falcons picked QB Michael Penix Jr. out of Washington. Penix led FBS schools with 4,903 passing yards and was 3rd in TDs with 36 touchdown passes. 2 Georgia players would also get chosen in the first round. Tight end Brock Bowers went to the Las Vegas Raiders, and offensive tackle Amarius Mims will be a Cincinnati Bengal.
Ron DeSantis leads the way in controlling this foolish campus protest nonsense. Next on the Morning Xtra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10 on Extra 106.3. App, best way to listen. Get that free for Apple and Android. Wherever you download your apps, just search for XTRA 106.3 FM Atlanta.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's the Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
But I'm watching the TV last night, and the reporter kept talking about gun violence. You hear that all the time. Gun violence. A question. When somebody gets into a wreck and somebody dies, did they die from car violence? No. They died because the driver of a car took an action that resulted in their death.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.
Atlanta, it's Lowe's. Let's talk about Honda and Howard Brothers. It's time to cut grass. Huzzah! Which may mean that it's time for you to upgrade your mower. And if you're looking for a mower that'll give you the best looking lawn on the block, look no further than Howard Brothers and Honda Power Equipment. Honda mowers, they're easy to start, they're reliable, and you want a mower that makes the job less of a chore and more of a pleasure. And Honda has you covered with that. They're going to make that yard of yours look outstanding so you can have, when your neighbors look at you and they're like, huzzah, compared to my yard. And you'll be like, huzzah, look how great my yard looks like. Genuine Honda mowers are known for their reliability of their engines and how they work and how you can ensure that you're going to get outstanding performance from them. Howard Brothers, the reason why you go there, they're going to be able to show you how to work that mower. They're going to show you how to maintain that mower and keep that mower working at a premium level. That's what they're able to offer you. Need a mower? Go to Howard Brothers. The grass is always greener. You take care of it with Honda and with Howard Brothers.
Hey, sandwich lovers. Today's your lucky day. There's a whole new way to roll for lunch or dinner delight with Nucky's Hoagies in the Roswell Corners Shopping Center. Now open. Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell is family owned and operated by the Sub-Sisters, Stacy and Shannon, whose love language is food and Nucky's Hoagies, their passion. When you bite into a Nucky's Hoagie, you'll taste the difference. The softest hoagie rolls ever, along with hunger-quenching sandwich combinations. Make Nucky's Hoagies in Roswell on Woodstock Road your new favorite spot for lunch or dinner.
The future of business in Georgia is bright, and Georgia Power is a driving force behind its progress and innovation. From the buzzing coffee shops that wake us up each morning, the restaurants that feed us, the gyms where we work out, to the bustling warehouses crafting our tomorrow, and the people that make it all happen. Georgia Power is the lifeblood of our state's success story. Together, we're shining a spotlight on the businesses that will keep our communities thriving. Sports venues like Georgia Tech's Bobby Dodd Stadium and Lake Point Sports are being upgraded to better serve the huge demand for sports in the state. And all those upgrades need power. And let's not forget the industries who've moved here and are shaping our future. From cutting-edge tech startups to innovative manufacturers, Georgia Power is fueling their growth every step of the way. So let's celebrate the unsung heroes of our economy, the local businesses powered by Georgia Power. Tune in all year long to discover the stories behind the energy powering the future of Georgia.
Get ready for unfiltered conversations on The Janelle King Show, where we tackle the topics that you won't hear at your family gatherings, but they're absolutely crucial for a strong republic. Don't miss us live every Saturday at 3 p.m. and every Sunday at 9 a.m. right here on Extra 106.3. But if you can't tune in, that's okay. You can catch new episodes every Tuesday on the Podcast Park or wherever you prefer to get your podcasts. Join us for these discussions, and I can't wait to meet you there.
Don't pay retail for diamonds. Come to cleanorigin.com, the lab-grown diamond experts. Mention code RADIO10 for 10% off. That's cleanorigin.com. Online or one of our retail stores.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the oak, fir, and flowered valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
Keep up with all of our shows and the latest headlines by following Extra 1063 on Instagram, X, Facebook, Truth Social, and all your social media platforms. Plus exclusive giveaways and more. So follow now at XTRA 1063.
Doug Rhino and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 1063. What is the perfect length to a movie? Do y'all think it is 3 hours? Is it 1 hour?
Ooh.
Is it 2 hours? Is it 90 minutes? What is the perfect length to a movie? Most Americans.
I go 90 minutes.
Okay, 90.
2 hours, 15 minutes.
2:15.
Jeez.
The majority of Americans, the average American says 92 minutes
I
is
think
the
that's-
perfect length for a movie.
I went closer without going over.
You did.
I win.
You
Ding,
won.
ding.
You won Price is Right style. 4-1.
Yeah, I think an hour and a half is like especially nowadays more than any, I would assume that most kids, they don't have that attention span anymore to sit 3 hours. Like, I remember sitting for The Right Stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
the movie
that's
The Right Stuff
oh
back
my
in the day.
God.
I loved that movie too.
Or I think, what else was a really long movie? I think maybe The Last Emperor. I watched that. That seemed like a very long movie. I loved every minute of it, but I don't think kids today can sit an hour and a half.
I beg to differ. Dune 2 and Dune 1 were both 3 hours, and a bunch of kids, everyone I know, went and saw those two movies.
A bunch, but most of them were adults. So most of the people that I talked to,
you're talking about
younger,
like kids.
I'm talking about 23 and under.
I'm
They
talking
can't
about
sit.
like my age, 20 to
even them. I don't think
27.
have it.
Yeah,
you're
we definitely
special.
do.
Like in a good way, not like in a weird way. You're special to the fact that you enjoy movies and musicals. You're into that, and so is your friend group.
No, I think it's coming back.
I do too.
Same with Oppenheimer. That was 3 hours.
It was exactly right. My son, who is about 4 years, he'll be 20 this summer. So he's about 4 years younger than 4 or 5 years younger than Joey, our board op Joe, Virgin River. And he'll watch a long movie. He doesn't have a problem with it. Like if it's good, he'll watch it.
It's got to be good. Like I will watch. Like I'm one of those people. I will watch like Amadeus. I think is a beautiful movie. I'll watch it. It's long. Same thing with if it's a really good movie, I'm going to stay involved. If it's a bad movie that goes on for more than 90 minutes, obviously, I don't know. Or if they just like, even if it's kind of good and it keeps going, I'm like, that's enough.
I mean, Gone with the Wind. I love Gone with the Wind.
Dude,
I think
I watched that 4 times.
4 hours is 3 minutes 58. Just trying to think of some other movies that are.
Sound of Music's like 3 hours.
Sound of Music.
That was a double VHS.
Okay, so that's one of those that I will not sit 3 hours to watch.
Which
like
one?
Sound of Music.
Yeah,
there's no
That's
way.
not my thing though.
I will rip my eyelids out.
I loved JFK.
Actually, I'll sew them back
Do you remember
on.
JFK? Yeah. The movie that who did it? Oh gosh,
Oliver Stone.
Yes, Oliver Stone. That's right.
Yeah.
That thing was 3.5 hours, and I've seen that one a dozen times.
See, I can watch that one. Like, that's weird. Like, I'll watch that, but you give me, like, some, like, I don't know, some girly movie, like, Sound of, what is it called
Sound of
again?
Music.
Yeah.
All right. So, if you want to put the 92 minutes to the test, here are some movies that fall exactly at 92 minutes. Dodgeball.
Perfect
Amazing.
movie.
Kung Fu Panda.
Great movie.
I loved it, too. Beetlejuice.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Monsters, Inc.
Perfect.
And, what? Monsters, Inc.?
There are a lot of better Pixar movies.
I think Monsters Inc.'s up there. I love it. And then Toy Story 2. Which is great. I mean,
look,
the majority of those movies,
Can't argue
92
with
minutes.
That's not to say I don't love a 90-minute movie.
No, yeah. No, I'm with you. But I guess the whole thing is, what is the perfect length of movies? And most people say 92 minutes. There are your movies that are 92 minutes. Morning Extra on Extra 1063. Ron DeSantis will not put up with the illegal protesting. He's leading the way again. Ron DeSantis, the best governor in America, hands down. I liked Ron DeSantis when he was running for president. I liked Ron DeSantis. I didn't think he had a chance at winning. And when I knew he didn't have a chance at winning, I was like, dude, you need to step down, step away. People were dinging me on that, saying, why? You like Ron DeSantis? You said he should step down. Yes, because he was getting his tail kicked. He wasn't going to win the nomination.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I don't like him. I just was seeing what was happening. Ron DeSantis is not tolerating the nonsense on his college campuses.
You think about what happened when you have these Hamas demonstrators out. They're taking over bridges and they're taking over roads. And first of all, you don't have a right to do that. You have someone get stuck in traffic. How do you know if someone may need to get to a hospital? Someone may need to pick up a child somewhere, and you're just going to commandeer the road because you have this ideological predilection? They tried to do that in Miami, and what happened? In 10 minutes, they got dragged off the road where they belonged. And we're not going to tolerate that. You look at these universities. When we have students who are doing things that, some of the stuff with the Hamas, I think is absurd that someone would go out and demonstrate on that. But, when you're chasing Jewish students around, when you're not letting a Jewish professor enter a building, when you're targeting people like that, that's not free speech. That's harassment. That violates appropriate conduct. And yet, at Columbia, at Yale, all these places, those folks rule the roost. They do whatever they want. And these administrators and the presidents of these universities are weak, they're scared, and they don't do anything. You do that in Florida at our universities, we're showing you the door. You're going to be expelled. And you know what? The minute people start to face consequences, you are not going to see this nonsense going on.
Amen.
That's
He's exactly right. You're saying have consequences for your actions, like when you're raising a child. Consequences for your actions. That is the way it's supposed to be. Why it's not happening anywhere else across America, we know George Soros-backed DAs who want this Marxist revolution that's happening. They encourage this Marxist revolution that's happening. So, yes, they don't want the consequences. That's why in most of those cities, those kids are out immediately. And then there's Marxist organizers that work at these universities that are lining up legal services for these agitators, these protesters, so they don't face consequences. So it is going to take a strong leader to guide us through this if we can even survive it.
Yeah, look, I love that he is the anti-woke governor. I think that's what he should be known as, and I love this. And people need to face consequences for their actions. You're more than welcome to do the things that you want to do, but you will face consequences. You want to go ahead and protest, go ahead and protest. You have no problem. As soon as you step over the line, you are going to be arrested. And make sure that people like Ron DeSantis is going to make sure that these police officers follow them. It happens here. Let's talk about Emory University economics professor Caroline Folan. This woman who is, in her mind, above the law. By the way, no one's above the law there, Caroline. She went in as there's a protester getting arrested and interfered with police. Now, the story is that the police attacked this professor and she started screaming, "But I'm a professor." If you're a professor, stand back.
Yeah, stop.
Don't interfere with the police. Don't put your hands on the police and don't resist when they tell you that they are going to arrest you because you're interfering with police business.
Peacefully protest will not get you arrested.
Right.
It's as simple as that. When you stop peacefully protesting is when you do.
If you don't like the consequences, then we need to have those consequences so you'll know that you are no longer above the law. You should be fired, Caroline Folan, Professor Folan. You should be fired because you are breaking the law. That's the way this works. We talked about it earlier in the bathroom. When it comes to why don't we actually prosecute the people who are the problem instead of making up other victims? We talked to, when we used it for abortion, we said, look, how come nobody ever goes, you know what, let's kill the rapist instead of killing the baby? When it comes to hey, I understand there should be, certain things for rape and incest. I get it. But we never go, you know what? Maybe we should start taking out the rapists. Maybe we should start punishing them. Instead, no, let's kill the children because someone else got raped. No, let's get rid of the rapists. That's the kind of thing that we're dealing with every single day. And if we start getting strong with the consequences and say, hey, you know what, rapist, if you decide to rape, we're going to cut things off and we're going to take you out.
We're going to fix
because when you ruin someone else's lives, when you try to put your power over someone else, you're the one who's the problem. So we need to start making sure these consequences are enough to say, hey, maybe we're going to stop doing stupid things.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3 on the air until 10. So you got about another hour and 5 minutes of the show if you missed anything that we've talked about. And it has been a spirited show. We've laughed. We've talked about things that have to happen in America if we want to save this republic. And if you missed any of it, go back and listen to it on the Extra 106.3 app. It will be available for you there. Download the app. It is available for Apple and Android, and you can listen anytime you'd like with incredible flexibility. When we come back, it appears SCOTUS will side with Donald Trump in his immunity case. We'll talk about that after a Neil Bortz report and a Fox News update here on Extra 106.3.
It's time for the Bortz Report, exclusively on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
You know, I'm not all bombast about politicians and liberals and dumbass college students. Every once in a while, I have a nice piece of advice for everybody. And right now, you dog owners, are you upset if your dog drinks out of the toilet? Don't be. Your dog has it right. You, in all likelihood, have it wrong. The discussion of dogs drinking out of toilets came up on my show many years ago. Somebody at the radio station thought it was clever to put a baby Ruth in the ice machine. Oh, my God! And I said, that's really okay. The ice in that ice machine is already dirty enough. No, it's not. Yeah, it is. We got a testing company, a laboratory, to send us some sterile containers. I took one of those containers to the ice machine in the break room, filled it with ice. I assigned to Belinda the job of go scooping toilet water into the other container. We sealed them, we labeled them, we sent them off for testing. Took about a week. They came back. And do you want to know what the results were? The level of bacteria in the melted ice from the ice machine was 3 times higher than the level of bacteria in the toilet water. Now, I will admit we flushed the toilet before we secured that sample, but 3 times more bacteria in the ice. Your dog got it right. All you have to do to protect their health is flush, darn it. More advice from Mr. Science here coming up in future commentaries. Neil Bortz, Extra 106.3.
Is this the year you want to grow your business? Do you want to expand your team? Build a new office? Hey, it's Tug, and I want to tell you about First Liberty Building and Loan. Aren't you exhausted by going to lenders, building a relationship, and a week later, you're dealing with a new person? You won't have to with First Liberty Building and Loan. The Frost family has been helping businesses grow since the 90s, and they can help you too. They know the patterns, they know the ebbs and flows, and they know business. Now the Frost family wants to know you. FirstLibertyGA.com. Buying a building, building a building, buying a franchise, or expanding. Reach out and spend 10 minutes with them. See if you're a fit for them and if they're a fit for you. FirstLibertyGA.com. By the way, if you're a young banker and you want to work with a team that's faith-friendly with a culture of excellence, First Liberty might be a good match. Reach out to First Liberty Building and Loan at FirstLibertyGA.com. That's FirstLibertyGA.com.
The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Kimmer. How's it going? Here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
Over the weekend, a series of articles in the Sunday Atlanta Journal-Constitution that were interesting. There's a surprise. And they weren't about race. Another shocker. What were they reporting on? The problems getting an operator on the line when you dial 911. There is an industry standard for 911 emergency call centers, and that is that every 911 call should be answered within 20 seconds. But it's not working that way in the metro Atlanta area.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app. WFOM and W292EV Marietta, a Dickey broadcasting station. The 9 a.m. hour is presented by Southern Exteriors. Quality and precision you can rely on.
Inflation keeps creeping up as the economy slows down. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. We just got that update on a gauge the Federal Reserve closely tracks while continuing to wait to cut interest rates after rate hikes did bring inflation down from its peak. However, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Index shows inflation's annual rate on the way back up again.
In January, you had 2.4%, February 2.5%, March going up to 2.7%. That is inflation that is not only sticky but rising.
Fox Business Network's Lauren Simonetti. Former President Trump's on his way to court in New York where testimony will resume this hour. His lawyers will keep cross-examining David Pecker, former National Enquirer publisher.
Pecker has told the jury about his efforts to suppress negative stories about Trump to protect his 2016 presidential bid, including paying out a $150,000 deal with former Playboy model Karen McDougal, who claimed she had an affair with Trump. Pecker never published her allegations.
Fox's Chanley Painter. The former president is not charged over the McDougal payment. The falsifying records case centers on payments to adult film star Stormy Daniels to keep her affair allegations quiet. Anti-Israel anger rages on college campuses. That's at George Washington University this morning in Washington as protests continue across the country.
One of the worst was Emory University in Atlanta. Some demonstrators came onto campus. They were removed using tear gas, tasers, and even some rubber bullets. Some screamed as they were carried out. Emory officials were quick to say that these protesters were not part of the campus community. They were not Emory students. They said almost all of them were outside agitators.
Fox's Steve Harrigan. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken met with Chinese leader Xi Jinping today. Both say they want common ground on contentious issues. Blinken says he aired U.S. concerns about China helping Russia.
Russia would struggle to sustain its assault on Ukraine without China's support.
America's listening to Fox News.
All right, Father's Day, graduation season right around the corner. And if you're looking for a really great, unique gift, you got to check out the personalized receiver covers from my friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they're available for Henry's Golden Boy and Golden Boy Silver rifles, which come in 3 calibers, 22 LR, 22 Magnum, and 17 HMR. Just go to henryusa.com and type in personalized in your search box. Well, there you're going to find a link to the product page with step-by-step instructions. They can engrave any message that you want, up to 20 words, and the process is easy, it's simple, it's affordable, and it doesn't require a gunsmith. Check out Henry's personalized receiver covers if you're looking for a great gift for dads or grads. Make sure you get their free catalog. They mail it with free decals and a list of dealers where you live. That's henryusa.com. You get the free catalog, free decals. They have 200 rifles, shotguns, revolvers to choose from, and you're going to love this company. I know I do.
Hey, gang, it's your old friend Neil Bortz. You can catch me every Tuesday morning here on the Morning Extra. Now back to Tug, Rhino, and Carlos on Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station, Extra 106.3.
Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra. I want to see somebody go and enjoy themselves at Darlington Motor Speedway. Darlington Raceway, one of the prettiest places you can go in Darlington, South Carolina. May 12th is the race. And if you want more information about it, you want to buy your tickets to guarantee you get to go, darlingtonraceway.com is the website. Caller number 5 right now at 404-741-1230. Somebody is going to Darlington, going to the raceway over in God's country in South Carolina. Going to be a fun time, and I hope that you're the winner. 404-741-1230. Tug, Rhino, and Los on the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3. I know we talk about Ring cameras a lot because they catch so much that people share on social media. It gets talked about because we film everything. Everything's surveilled at this point, I guess. There is a person that's posting a video of their Ring camera after a woodpecker took interest in their doorbell and would not stop ringing it. Oh, woodpecker. Getting after it.
Man, and you can't shoot them.
No, it's illegal.
You can't shoot them.
You cannot. I know that for sure because I had woodpeckers destroy so many places on our chimney. Like, we're having Southern Exteriors take care of it all now. But they destroyed the 3 sides of the 4 sides of our chimney. And then we discovered, as Southern Exteriors, who was kind enough to come out and give us a quote, an estimate, and going to come out and do the work and get it all fixed up. They found another big place just below the highest point of our ceiling on our house, and it's kind of hidden by another part of the roof. Unless you move to a particular area, you can't see where the woodpecker did all the work.
Yeah.
And they happened to notice it at Southern Exterior. So thankfully for them, they're going to be able to take care of it. But they just destroyed it. And I was like, I wanted to get my pellet rifle out so bad. I wanted to blast these woodpeckers. And I like a woodpecker. They're pretty.
They are
the
pretty.
Big old red-headed woodpeckers. God, they're so cool. But when they're destroying your chimney, it's not quite as funny.
Yeah.
You know? But now, when the woodpecker is just wearing out somebody's doorbell, that's funny. That's just a different. Joe, hit me off with that again just one more time. Can you just hit play on that? I want you to see this, Rhino. This woodpecker's
great.
Look at him, man. He's just going to town.
Oh, that's yeah. That won't drive you nuts.
No, and there's another woodpecker up there. He's up the top. He's like waiting his turn. He was like, I'm going to get down there and wear that thing out next. So good.
Who was Woody Woodpecker's like nemesis? Who was always trying to get him? Was it just people?
See, Woody Wood.
Like I saw the live action one where like they're building a house and he keeps like ruining it.
I don't remember that.
It was
Buzz
like
Brainerd.
Buzz
Brainerd was the nemesis of Woody Woodpecker.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Buzz Brainerd. That's what I would have been.
I would have been look.
If they were on the doorbell, fine. That's funny. I mean, it would get old after a while. Just think if that happened every day,
funny.
You'd be ready.
It's funny during the day.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not funny at 2 a.m.
Yeah. Well, I think they're
when
probably
you got to get up at 4.
They're probably nocturnal though, aren't they? Or no, not nocturnal. They're probably awake
sure
during the
normal.
They're probably normal. Not nocturnal. They're probably
those
normal.
Crazy animals that stay up all night.
That's exactly right.
Hey, we got a winner.
Who is it?
Richie from Athens.
Richie,
Go on.
listening out to Athens, going to Darlington Raceway over in beautiful Darlington, South Carolina. Going to be a fun time. Going to be a fun trip.
I'm trying to get blocked by a lot of people today.
Or are you just going after people on social media?
Yeah, like all these like gays for Palestine. I'm like, yeah, I agree. Free Palestine. If people like you throw you off the roof.
Jeez.
And seeing if they're blocking me.
Yeah, well, I expect that it'll happen.
That's what they want to do to you.
Yeah.
Keep supporting them,
you can,
dummies.
You can find Rhino at Rhino Xtra 1063, at Front Office Lowe's, at Tug Cower, and then at Xtra 1063.
Would that be like me as a Jewish member, like going around wearing like a Nazi uniform, like cheering for them?
Seems
like in
like
World
that.
War II?
Seems a little bit like that.
Because that's what the weird part to me is.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
You know, like someone was getting on me about like would you want your mother treated like this if she was the professor? I go, yeah. I would remind my mom when she said respect your elders, number one, and my mom when she said, hey, you're allowed to do what you want, but remember this when you suffer your consequences. I'd say, yeah, Mom, when you touch a cop, you got to suffer the consequences. I'm sorry, I'll come bail you out. But yeah.
Well, but that's the thing. You wouldn't even have to these days
So
with the DAs that are all backed by George Soros. They're turning people loose within less than 2 hours, and they're out doing the same thing over and over and over again.
Right. Like, I mean, in we see it right away. Last night, some of the protesters were taken, arrested, and let go, and were back on campus within 3 hours.
Yeah, it's alarming.
But that's Fulton County. Your DA is so corrupt. Fonnie Willis is the most disgusting, corrupt person in the world, and we continue to play these games. We can't even get any of these trials. Nobody can get anything done. I can't wait until we look at the bill for how much it cost for them just to throw out this Trump case, because that's happening soon, by the way.
I think you're exactly right. I mean, the trial continues to search for a crime. That's what they're doing, and we have, we have people talking about it now. It seems that it's trending in the right direction, that Trump's presidential immunity claim is going to be upheld by the Supreme Court.
For 234 years of American history, no president was ever prosecuted for his official acts. The framers of our Constitution viewed an energetic executive as essential to securing liberty. If a president can be charged, put on trial, and imprisoned for his most controversial decisions as soon as he leaves office, that looming threat will distort the president's decision-making precisely when bold and fearless action is most needed. Every current president will face de facto blackmail and extortion by his political rivals while he is still in office. The implications of the court's decision here extend far beyond the facts of this case. Could President George W. Bush have been sent to prison for obstructing an official proceeding or allegedly lying to Congress to induce war in Iraq? Could President Obama be charged with murder for killing U.S. citizens abroad by drone strike? Could President Biden someday be charged with unlawfully inducing immigrants to enter the country illegally for his border policies? The answer to all these questions is no. Prosecuting the president for his official acts is an innovation with no foothold in history or tradition and incompatible with our constitutional structure.
It's so well spelled out there. I mean, there's not much to add except it's so obvious what needs to happen, and it's pretty obvious that it's going to happen, Rhino.
Yeah, it is pretty obvious that you're going to look at this and realize, hey, how does this affect us down the road? How is it going to backfire on us? And that's what the good part about the Supreme Court is. I don't think that we have a good Supreme Court in any regard. I don't care if you're a Republican or Democrat. The politics that come into play are a big problem. So I'm still not settled that they're going to go and say, hey, yes, because there are still some questions that we need to look at. What is presidential immunity and how do we look at it? Because I do agree that if, and this is not what Donald Trump did, but let's just say that Joe Biden were to come up and just go, hey, yeah, I want to weaponize the military against all Republicans. Like, that should be very concerning as the president went ahead and did that, even though they're doing it in a way already. That should be, I would sue right now, especially if I were someone who was arrested for J6 that just went in to take a picture after being let in. That's disgusting, especially when I find out that Biden is the one behind it, or when I find out that, hey, I get 13 soldiers were killed. Why? Well, botched planning by the Pentagon.
No planning.
Well, no planning.
No
Sorry,
planning.
Yes, you're right. No planning.
There was no plan.
Well, who's supposed to plan? The president of the United States. He should be held responsible. That's the ultimate guy.
Absolutely.
Let's throw him in jail for the rest of his life.
100%. And especially now that we're learning about all the exchange of fire that took place before the ultimate bomb that was blown up, the IED that was blown up there at Abbey Gate. Now, there is evidence that is true, that happened, and there's now video that's circulating even among the mainstream media outlets asking a few questions about what happened that day.
Yeah.
Why did the Pentagon say no, there was no exchange, just one or two rounds fired, when that was not the case at all? So is Joe Biden responsible for that? He was the commander-in-chief. He is the person that gives the go-ahead. He is the man in charge of the Pentagon. Now that the Pentagon lied and covered it up, or that's what's alleged, if that's proven to be true, when he is out of office, can he be prosecuted? And the answer is yes.
Should be. Right, Bill Clinton, look, I think Bill Clinton used the Oval Office and abused a woman. And even though it became consensual, if maybe she looks back now, Monica Lewinsky would say, well, yeah, I was kind of pressured. He's the president of the United States. How am I not supposed to perform or do things for the president of the United States when he tells me to or asks me to? He paid $850,000 to Paula Jones to settle a case out of court as kind of a hush money.
Sounds like hush money to me.
Yeah, you should go to jail. Bill Clinton. Hillary Clinton. You know what she did? She 300,000 files. How many files? How many emails?
That's 30,000.
30,000. Felt like 300.
Yeah, as much as we talked
Destroyed them. Evidence.
Do you think she should be prosecuted for that?
No. Oh, prosecuted. She should just be thrown. Lock her up.
Of course, we all think she should be prosecuted.
Benghazi.
But
lock her up.
But nobody's going to. You've got to have somebody that will bring the charges, and unless you've gotten to the point where you just attack your political opponents, like the Biden administration has, then look, I wish that those cases were prosecuted. At this point, you can't prosecute Bill Clinton, but as soon as
we make it a felony now.
That's what I'm saying. If the Supreme Court rules in the way that the left would like for them to rule, then all of those people have the opportunity to be prosecuted. Bill Clinton, Joe Biden, Barack Obama.
Oh, I can't
everybody
wait to throw
that's
Joe
been
Biden
president.
in jail.
Everybody that's been president has the ability to be locked up because there is something that's happened in their presidency that that they'll be held accountable for. Something. It's 4 years of making very hard, high-level pressure moments that changes sometimes the outcome of the rest of time. It sets the precedent for everything else that happens behind it.
Joe Biden gave $1 billion of taxpayer money as hush money to shut up a prosecutor that was prosecuting in Ukraine. Donald Trump made a phone call and somehow got impeached about it. Well, let's go ahead and bring all this evidence to court and lock Joe Biden
And
up
now we have
for
the
the rest
evidence
of his life.
per the Hunter Biden laptop.
But you know what? Actually, I'm sorry. I just totally forgot. He can't stand trial. He's not mentally competent, the president of the United States, to stand trial. What am I thinking?
That's actually already been stated.
Yeah.
That
We can't prosecute him. We can't throw him in jail. He's too dumb.
He is mentally able to be prosecuted.
I'm
That's
sorry.
what the federal
Drop the
government...
case, give him the nuclear codes, and give him all the power in the world.
It shouldn't make you feel any better that he can't be prosecuted because of all the things that he's
mentally not there
doing right now. But that's right. I mean, he can't be.
I don't even feel like I live in a real world anymore.
But the federal government has said, and a man that has interviewed the president said he is not competent to stand trial, yet he is competent to hold those nuclear codes. He is competent to change the way that the United States makes, sells, and uses energy. He has all the ability to do that, yet he's incompetent to stand trial. He didn't remember when his son passed away. And I'm not laughing at that in that way.
No.
And I know you're not either.
I wasn't laughing at that
I know. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to make that clear.
Yeah.
But he couldn't remember how or when his son died. And this is him
sad.
testifying. Yet he is able to do everything else that has led up to this and opened the door for this Marxist revolution that we see building in the United States.
If I had the opportunity to sit down and meet Joe Biden, I would grab him and I would hold him and I would tell him, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that your power-hungry wife and these power-hungry idiots have abused you in this manner. Come here. I'm going to hug you. I'm not going to sniff you creepily at all, but I am going to hug you and say, come on, I'm going to take you home to an old age home. Or if you want to go back to Delaware, we'll lock you in there. Whatever we need to do, we're going to keep you safe because no one else is, because you're a bumbling idiot.
Well,
you have no idea what you're going through. You have no idea what's going on right now, and I'm grateful that you know the good part about dementia is not knowing you have it.
Let's make it clear though, we're not saying that he's a bumbling idiot because of his what's happened to his. He was that before.
For 47 years, he's been a bumbling idiot.
And now he's just unaware of it because of a health issue. I just want to be clear that we're not making fun of him because of his the dementia that he faces, because that's a serious thing. He was a bumbling idiot well before that.
Yeah.
Now he just unfortunately has no control, no memory.
Right. Now it's being shown.
Incapable.
And now it's being shown and exploited, which is the sad part, which is why I'm so sad. And I want to put him in a home and I want him to rest and I want him to enjoy his life. Like, go play shuffleboard. Something you can't mess up. What you can mess up is starting 2 wars. What you can mess up is starting a 3rd war. What you are going to mess up is you're going to kill millions and millions of Americans. You've already killed 250,000 with your bad border policy. We don't need you. We need to say goodnight to you. Have a great day. Here's your ice cream. Go to bed.
But Americans can't afford those houses. That's the thing. Like, he's going to go back home to his house and be taken care of.
Sure.
Probably with in-home medical care. While most Americans are not going to be able to afford a home to live in, much less the medical care that would be needed if they were his age and in his situation.
Mm-hmm. They don't care about you. No. They don't care about us. They love the fact that these kids are out there screaming and yelling about, all of these ridiculous things they have no idea they're talking about, because it distracts from the economy. It distracts from the problems that people are really facing in the border. Right now, people aren't talking about the border. And right now, more than ever, when you're watching what's happening at these campuses and you're watching what's going on, and the Biden administration's loving it, because they're going to come down here and they're going to talk about other things, and they're going to
Kamala's coming on Monday.
Oh, she's coming on Monday, and guess what she's going to talk about? Ridiculous ideas. EV, it's so great. Take her to Rivian. This is what I want you to do. You want to talk about EV? You want to talk about how great it is? Go stand in the abandoned lot in that neighborhood of Rivian and go, this is what we've done. We've created this land. We've used your taxpayer money to build this bridge that will one day go over to this. Well, there's nothing here because it's failed technology. I'd love to see them bring her there. Tout that.
They can't. They can't tout anything. That's why
they need distraction.
They need distraction after distraction after distraction. And fortunately or unfortunately for them, Joe Biden is a constant distraction because he's constantly saying things that distract people from focusing on what he's doing to really undermine what is the foundation of the United States of America. And look, we fall into the trap too, because we play the clips of him being a blunder machine. We play them and we laugh at him, we joke about him. I feel like we come back around and we do talk about the important stuff.
Yeah.
But when people are listening, maybe we should always be talking about the important stuff, because if you're not listening at the time when we are and you only hear the blunders, that's the distraction.
But he does tell us the truth every once in a while. He told us the truth the other day in one of his blunders. That's why we got to play it. When you go out there and go, Donald Trump is actually exactly right. You cannot trust us. He was telling the truth.
Morning
we weren't
Extra.
making fun of that.
No doubt. Morning Extra and Extra 106.3, Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station. We'll come back with the headlines. And the Republicans who just gave Ukraine $60 billion are now saying, no more. We're not going to give them any more. We're putting our foot down. No more. Do not believe them. Next on the Morning Extra, Tug, Rhino, and Los until 10.
If you love news and talk, you have to connect with the biggest personalities in the South at thepodcastpark.com. It's more original Atlanta content from Atlanta's hometown talk crew. From legal news to sports and politics, and even archives of interviews from years past. Find the podcast that you love and subscribe everywhere you get podcasts.
I was just talking about that crazy woodpecker. Do you have that sound, Joe? That woodpecker sound real quick? Because this is what actually happened at my house, but not on the doorbell. This was on the doorbell. There's a woodpecker that got on somebody's doorbell and just started wearing that thing out. Woodpeckers, man, they can do some damage, and they have. The top 3 sides of the chimney in our home has huge, fist. You could put your entire fist inside the holes of the chimney where the woodpeckers have torn out the hardy plank siding. It's unbelievable. It really is. Now, we are lucky we have a company like Southern Exteriors, top-notch exterior service, coming to our house. They're going to fix the chimney, and they even stumbled upon another place at the very tip top of the roof of our house, which is blocked by another part of the roof of the house. You have to move to just a perfect location to be able to see where the woodpeckers have completely put two or three holes just at the very top, just below the ledge of the roof. Southern Exteriors come to take care of all of it. They're going to repair it, replace it, and then they're going to paint the house. It's going to be great. Our house will be our home. Our house will be our castle. Again, and it's going to look so good just in time for spring. It could be just like that for you, too. Say goodbye to those worries about a contractor running off, because they're going to be there. They'll shake your hand, look you in the eye, and they'll do exactly what they say they'll do. Trust Southern Exteriors to transform your home. 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co, southernexteriors.co.
Sequoia National Golf Club is located 45 minutes west of Asheville, North Carolina, and nestled among the Oak, Fir, and Flowered Valleys in the heart of the Great Smoky Mountains. Owned by the Eastern Band of the Cherokee, this Robert Trent Jones II design offers an idyllic 18-hole journey filled with panoramic vistas on every hole, beautiful landscapes, and a fun mountain golf experience. Enjoy a relaxed lunch or afternoon beverage on the outdoor deck with 180-degree views of the Great Smoky Mountains. The surrounding community also provides golfers a welcoming environment that is rich with Native American culture and exciting year-round attractions. Sequoia National Golf Club is just 4 miles from Harrah's Cherokee Casino Resort and just a short drive from Atlanta. Experience a fun afternoon of golf with your friends or stick around for an epic stay-and-play weekend. Experience mountain golf at its finest and then go hit the casino floor. Book your tee time at sequoianational.com. That's sequoianational.com. Experience the majesty and beauty of Sequoia National, mountain golf at its finest.
Marketing is everywhere. From the billboards on the highways to the notifications on your phone, we are constantly bombarded with people trying to sell us stuff. What makes good marketing? Are you doing enough in your life personally and professionally to market yourself? You have questions, and the Marketing Madmen have answers. Tune in every Saturday, now at 4 p.m., right here on Extra 106.3 to get practical marketing advice from expert guests who are shaping and reshaping the business world. They say marketing is a madman's game. Join the Marketing Madmen every Saturday at 4 p.m. to find out why.
Millions
of guys suffer from erectile dysfunction. That's 1 in 4 men. And I can tell you, I'm one of them.
If you or someone you know suffer from ED, Peyronie's disease, or PE, here's 38-year emergency room doctor and founder of Total Body Therapy of Georgia, Dr. Eric Deal.
Patients who enter my office are often frustrated, hopeless, depressed, and embarrassed. I understand the problem, and I'm going to help you fix it. There are lots of competitors that don't have the credentials that I have. When you go to other clinics, you're not going to see a board-certified physician with the experience that I have. When you come to our clinic, you're going to see me. There's just not one therapy that can solve these complex issues. I'll do a complete history and physical prior to any treatment that we use. Take it from me, Dr. Deal. When it's not hard, it's really hard.
Call Dr. Deal for your free one-on-one evaluation and resolve your ED, Peyronie's, or PE issues. Total Body Therapy of Georgia, 404-777-1911, 404-777-1911, online at stopmyed.com.
At the Piedmont Bank, we're proud to be one of Georgia's largest community banks, focusing on serving businesses and the communities they serve. With headquarters right here in Metro Atlanta, our tailored banking expertise and solutions help meet the diverse needs of our customers so they have what it takes to grow, expand, and thrive. It's what elevates us above the rest. Find a location near you at Piedmont.bank and experience elevated banking for you and your business. The Piedmont Bank. Banking elevated. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Electrify your senses with user-friendly technology and earth-friendlier power. Meet the all-electric 2023 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan. Satisfying for both driver and passenger with innovations that only Mercedes-Benz can deliver. Experience the all-electric 2023 Mercedes-Benz EQE 350 sedan today. Lease one today for just $669 per month for 36 months with $68.13 due at signing. Exclusively from RBM of Atlanta in Sandy Springs. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this vehicle and many other models. Visit today to see how to qualify. Special lease rate available only to qualified customers exclusively from Mercedes-Benz Financial Service through RBM of Atlanta Sandy Springs through April 30th, 2024. Excludes tax, tag, title, and Georgia lemon law fees. Contact RBM of Atlanta for details on this and other exciting offers. Visit rbmofatlanta.com or call us at 770-390-0700 for details.
Wake up with the Morning Extra on Extra 106.3 Atlanta.
Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra. I'm going to present a scenario to you, and Joe, I want you involved in this too. Board Up Joe, Virgin River. It's Tug, Rhino, and Lowe's on the Morning Extra. I want to present this scenario because we talk about law and order on this show a lot. We talk about doing the right thing on this show a lot. I want you to tell me how you would treat someone who steals a car. Rhino, we'll start with you.
How they steal a car?
If they steal a car, what's the punishment? Like what? You know, how do they get
cut their hands off?
Oh, geez, wow. Okay.
Yeah,
all
I'm
right.
a little. You're not gonna be able to drive again, dum dum.
Yeah, right. Okay, listen. Under the law, like I'm not under
like
the law.
real
The way,
law?
yeah, like is that punishable by a couple years in jail? Is that what?
Yeah,
what would it really be? Do we know?
I would actually give you. I don't know what the actual penalty is, but yeah, you're doing 5 years in jail and you're losing your license, and you'll be on probation for 5 years after that. Enjoy the bus, or the train.
Okay, so this is in Georgia. A second offense could mean life imprisonment, possibly, and that's according to the La Scala firm. That's from their website. A first offense in the second degree means up to 10 years imprisonment. Here in Georgia, a person facing these charges might actually see 1 to 5 years. So you're not that far off with the 1 to 5 years.
Yeah, you're doing 5. They're not getting 1.
Okay, JoJo.
For a first offense, I was thinking probably 1 to 5, a few years.
Okay, all right. I think all those are fair.
3 years, yeah.
I want to throw in something that might change the dynamic. I don't know that it'll change the dynamic, but I think it might. There is a person that stole a car. That car inside had whoever owned the car's mother's urn with the ashes of his mother. So, thief steals the car, sees the mother's ashes inside in the cup holder. The thief returns the ashes, but kept the car.
They got some good heart. They still got a good heart, but just they mind messed up.
Yeah, their mind's messed up.
I mean, That is a very, very generous way of presenting that.
It was
that
very
man,
nice.
Larry Carter had his car stolen, his mother's ashes inside. The thief drives back, drops off the ashes, keeps the car, steals it, and goes away. Is there any difference in the punishment because of the moral wherewithal, the ability to go, man, this is really, really personal. Even I can't take it this far. I'm returning that, and I'm going to keep this car that I've stolen. Does that change the punishment? Rhino, we'll start with you.
Wait, say this again? Okay, hold on.
Does it change the punishment? The fact that the person took the ashes back?
No.
Okay, Joey.
He's looking at life in prison?
No, 1 to 5 years.
Oh, for first offense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it should be considered. Obviously,
Why?
still go to jail.
Why? Consider what? Hey, I'm returning the property I stole from you.
Well, I'm returning your mother's ashes.
That was stolen too.
That's right.
So it shows some shred of humanity. I mean, they'll play it.
And that's what Larry Carter said. Yeah. He was like, they're messed up, but at least they did enough.
I appreciate that.
I mean, it should like 4 years instead of 5.
Yeah, I don't think it changes by and large.
No, I don't care. Sorry. You don't get the bigger problem. Look, I know the ashes is great. Okay. So you had a little bit of a heart. How about having a heart and don't steal my stuff in the first place? Then you don't need to return my ashes.
Exactly right. That's exactly. See, I see it the same way.
You're not getting leniency for doing something right.
Now, I do think that I'm with
I
Joe.
shot you in the foot instead of the knee because I know you need your knee.
If it were going to be 5 years, I might go 4. You know what I mean? I might go 4. But
I'm not.
I'm not going 1. I'm not going no punishment.
You know what I'm going to say? You know what? I didn't even think about it. You're. I mean, it's nice that you brought him back, but this person was worried their mother would. I mean, I can't even imagine the anxiety. In fact, I'm giving you 6 years for putting that person through anxiety and depression, for not knowing if they were ever going to get to see their loved one again. They didn't know you were going to bring it back. You're a horrible, horrible human. Sorry, you're going to 6 years now.
But I mean, when they stole the car, they
Pain
didn't know
and
the ashes
suffering.
were
I'm
in
adding
there.
that. I don't. You didn't
Just being devil's
I'm
advocate.
sorry.
I'm just playing devil's
Boy,
advocate.
I gave you a look like, dude, are you serious right now?
Rhino was like he was about
didn't know.
He was about to stab me in the side of the head with I think,
Yeah. Well, he didn't know that. Or like
Rhino, I mean, it was side eye. Like, I'm about to stab
I
you
hate
with this
thieves,
ink pen.
man.
Me too.
And I don't care if you're like, oh man, maybe I shouldn't have
He's a nice
stolen
thief.
all of this. I'm a nice thief.
He's a nice thief.
No, you ruined my life for, again.
Are you
You don't know
strong
you're getting those
inconvenience.
ashes. Yeah, you don't know you're getting those ashes back. Do you know how much, I don't like crying. I don't like anxiety. I don't want the feeling of, if God forbid, my mother was in an urn in my car, which, stupid. I don't know why you're keeping your dead person in the car anyway, but whatever. But you know what?
I agreed with that. That's so weird.
It's so weird. But you know what? Just because you brought him back, it doesn't take away the week that you might have taken to bring him back for me to really mourn again. That's tough. Grieving again that you lost somebody that you already lost, that's enough to add 2 years to me.
Larry Carter. Again, I want you to hear him
Good
again.
for you,
what
Larry,
he says he thinks about the thief.
They got some good heart. They still got a good heart, but just they mind messed up.
Because they're stealing.
Their mind messed up. You know what? Cut out that part. Their mind messed up.
That's right.
Yeah, we're going to use that for every Democrat we talk about from now on.
Mind's messed up. Larry Carter has set up a new...
John Fetterman. Damn, mind mess up.
If prison's for rehabilitation, which is a failure, then it shows that he can be possibly more
rehabilitated. You know what,
easily
Joey?
rehabilitated.
Okay, so this way. He's going to... Let me tell you how that happens, okay? You know what? I'm going to steal this car, but this time I'm going to leave the ashes outside when I steal the car. That's what that guy learned. That's all he learned. You're not giving them rehabilitation. These people are idiots. They're a-holes in every aspect of their life.
You don't think any criminal can ever be rehabilitated?
Do I think that? No.
You don't?
No.
By and large? Okay. I'm not saying you're wrong because
I haven't seen it. Show me.
The majority of people who commit crimes usually go on to commit more. So I don't think that's a crazy way of thinking.
Yeah, I don't think their mindset changes. I think it's harder for... Now, am I saying that there's certain people won't? Yes, but
it's not 100%.
Yeah,
but
of course. There's always an
outlier. I bet it's 80%.
Oh,
that can't be.
It's very rare that I see someone go, you know what? This guy, this is the first crime. I'm sure there's always a first crime, but...
Yeah,
I don't think it
that's a crazy way of
stops
thinking.
there.
I do not think that's a crazy way of thinking.
Not in most ways.
Morning Extra and Extra 106.3. We always back the blue here. We support our men and women that support the communities. And we're going to be a part of the Back the Blue in America, too. It's a family-friendly afternoon of fun and music and fun and more fun and more music and food. Did we say food? Lots of food. So much food. Benefiting the Police Foundation of Cherokee County and honoring our fallen officers. It happens in Woodstock at the Rustics Manor from 4 until 8. That's Saturday, May 16th. So it's going to be a fun time. It is going to be a big time. It's going to be a huge time. It's going to be a lot of fun, man, and we're so happy to be out there. It is going to have jump houses and a fishing rodeo, live country music, axe throwing, raffles for the kids, a day of fun, a day of camaraderie, and all for a good cause. Love for you to be a part of it. Become a sponsor. You can do that at backourblueinamerika2.com, backourblueinamerika2.com. I can't wait. It is going to be huge. I cannot wait.
Huge.
It is going to be so much fun.
I can't wait either. It's going to be a lot of fun. And if you were listening yesterday, I'm going to be water skiing at the bottom of a pyramid of squirrels.
That's right. I mean,
in a 45, 47, go Trump, go thong.
They're being trained up as we speak.
They are.
One thing you can't listen to are people like...
Probably end up cooking half of them.
Mitch McConnell. Do not listen to people like Mitch McConnell because he, Rhino, is saying, now that we've sent the $60 billion, there is no more money going. We are putting our foot down. This is the last money we're sending to Ukraine. And I don't believe it. Dang word he's saying.
You know what? Maybe because I think he's just completely out of it. Maybe he's still frozen back to September 21st, 2023. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe he's going back to then when we gave them $43 million and everybody, including Kevin McCarthy, were saying, well, this is the last time we're going to give any money. We're not going to do it again because we have no accountability. McCarthy, who also said, hey, I'm meeting with Zelensky behind back doors. We're going to know where this money's going. I want to know where before there will be no other funding, any further funding until we have accountability. Right. Let me give you that date again, September 21st, 2023. That was 20, and then another $24 billion. And Mitch McConnell, well, until we get the, know where this money's going, well, no more money.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is the second time you've now lied to me.
Mm-hmm. And we'll continue to lie to you, man. You know why? Because there's no repercussions. It's kind of like when people breaking the law. We were talking about that earlier. People break the law. If there's no repercussions, guess what they do again? They break the law.
And this is the best part. The U.S. State Department of the Inspector General and the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
What is that? I don't think that's a real thing. That is misinformation, disinformation. That can't exist.
Based on our calculations, we're not sure, but we think we've approved about 113. Wait, I'm sorry. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Judge.
I don't believe
budget,
that exists, Rhino. I don't think that's a real thing.
And the Inspector General said, we think we gave about this amount of money. How are you irresponsible? How are you consider yourself responsible when you don't even know the amount of money? And that's where my biggest problem with all of this is. Another $62 billion that we went through. Again, they're using the Pentagon. They are sending money. Here's one of my favorite quotes, by the way, from this back in 2022 when they were talking about it. The good news is we're going to take your taxpayer money, and then what they're going to do is they're going to use that money to buy weapons. And then they said, well, we were going to send more money, but we decided not to because we're going to keep the money to refill all of the arsenal that we gave to Ukraine. So we're going to actually need, in fact, you know what? We're going to raise taxes so that we can go ahead and refill our arsenal. This is the corruption, and you're watching, and most of you are voting for it. Neil Bortz is all behind it. Marjorie Taylor Greene, you're a lunatic. What happens if he goes into Poland? Oh, we got to give money to Ukraine. You got other idiots down the dial who are doing stupid shows about aliens and what color is your favorite color, call in now, blah, blah, blah.
Well,
and they're ignoring all this stuff.
If you're listening, what is your favorite color?
It is. I mean, mine's green right now. I love green. Really purple, but green is really becoming around to be my new favorite.
I was just kidding about that.
Yeah.
Purple's mine too, right? Yeah. Stop. Are you kidding me? Now we sound
now I'm all excited. But you know what? And they're cheering on. Yeah, more money to Ukraine. No, this is good. This is good because this time It's going to help. 41% of the budget that's gone to Ukraine has come from us. And where have they gone? They were given $43 billion. Oh, we just need $43 billion more unaccounted for. Zelensky now has 5 homes. Zelensky now has some beautiful cars. Zelensky now has beachfront property. Crazy. I don't know why you do that in this kind of climate change.
Buy it knowing that it was going to be flooded all
Where'd
out.
all his money come from? It can't be from doing Ukrainian office and shaking his booty. Wait, maybe it could be.
Oh, yeah, he did that for a while. He did do that for a while.
This is disgusting, man.
A buddy of mine sent me video, and this was on CBS News. It wasn't like some, it's a mainstream outlet, so you can't trust it really well, but I don't know why they would show it otherwise. And it was the thriving nightlife of Ukraine. It was a segment on CBS News. Yes, Joe, you're in there dancing behind the screen, board up Joey Virgin River, over there shaking it like a Polaroid picture. And that's exactly what they're doing in these bars and clubs in Ukraine. I was like, I thought it was a war-torn country.
Oh, it's beautiful right now. Yeah, they're doing great. Well, why? Because, so far since 2014, they sent $46 billion. You know why? To make sure that they were safe from Russia.
Yeah.
No money that we're going to send.
No,
we're not going to send any more.
I mean, Mitch McConnell,
Yeah.
Mr. McConnell, you're not going to send are you sending any more money?
Well, of course. No.
Yeah, well, of course.
No.
Exactly.
Sorry, no.
Out of the gate, he says, of course.
Well, how do you feel about it? Are you going to vote for me or not?
Not a chance.
You're not voting for me?
I despise you and your entire party. And I despise the Democrats and that entire... I'm politically homeless.
Me too right now.
I'm not kidding, man. I am politically homeless.
I feel like hanging out with Matt Gaetz. I feel like hanging out with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Thomas Massey, what's up, dude? Love you.
Rand Paul.
Oh, my gosh. Love you, Rand Paul. Thank God for you. Thank God for Ted Cruz.
Man. It just feels like we're a one-legged man in a butt-kicking contest. And
this is CNN, by the way. $113 billion appropriated by Congress to Ukraine in 2022. That's ridiculous. That's more than it spends on 1 year on the Department of
That's
Interior.
what they said in 2022.
This is what CNN said in 2022.
It's a pep rally. Now it's a pep rally for the $60 billion.
Where does the money go? This is from them. We're not sure.
No one is. Back to the houses on the beach and the thriving nightlife. Good Lord. Morning Xtra and Xtra 106.3. The 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Southern Exteriors, your home exterior solution. All you have to do is call them. They're going to come out and do exactly what they say. They'll have an on-site foreman for you. Anything you need done to the exterior of your home, windows, siding, gutters, roofing, doors, whatever to the exterior. Decks, build the decks, rebuild the decks, whatever you need. 8779-SOUTHERN, 8779-SOUTHERN, southernexteriors.co. Let's go back to 2017 for a moment to anticipate what the Dems will do if Trump wins this November, next on Xtra 106.3.
Hey, it's Flounder, and the Kimmer Show is live every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m.
This guy's a disgrace. Christopher the Cossack Ray, suspected Russian double agent, in my opinion. The federal Gestapo investigation. He's a confirmed perjurer. He's been lying forever. He lied about the whole thing with the going to school boards and the white people who complain about school. He lied about that. Oh, we never had anything to do with that. My ass, you did, and we got the memo.
The Kimmer Show, every afternoon from 3 to 6 p.m. on Xtra 106.3 and the Xtra app.
Hey, Dad, can I ask you something?
Sure.
How do you know when you're in love?
Well, can't stop thinking about him. Your heart races sometimes, and you just want to be with him every moment of the day.
Dad, I think I'm in love then.
Got a picture?
Yeah.
Oh, yep. I remember my first Subaru, too.
There are so many reasons to love a new Subaru. From Subaru of Gwinnett, like standard symmetrical all-wheel drive on most models, top-rated gas mileage, and technology and safety that will give you the warm and fuzzies. Like the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek, with 182 horsepower and up to 120 cubic feet of interior space. Or the 2024 Subaru Outback, built to take you off the beaten path with up to 9.5 inches of ground clearance. Add in their amazing staff and incredible service department, and you'll understand why love is what makes a Subaru a Subaru. But the only way to know it's the one is to come in for a test drive. Subaru of Gwinnett, Satellite Boulevard in Duluth, or start shopping online at SubaruofGwinnett.com.
It's that time of year again when the owner of Central Heating and Air Conditioning, Chuck, brings back the 4th annual Christmas in July, benefiting Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Hey, it's Tug for Central Heating and Air Conditioning. If you want to help give back to the community, all you have to do is sign up for a maintenance agreement with Central Heating and Air Conditioning, and $10 from every new maintenance agreement will go directly to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. The more maintenance agreements you sign up for, the bigger and better we can make the 4th annual Christmas in July for Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Central services all makes and models. With Central, you're not just a number, you're a member of the family. It's been that way since 1947, and they've serviced over 100,000 customers right here in Atlanta. So call 770-GET-HEAT or go to centralheat.com to sign up for a maintenance agreement and help Chuck and Central Heating and Air give back to the community. Carrier products, carrier warranty, and carrier peace of mind. Central Heating and Air Conditioning, your Atlanta carrier experts.
We're smart, we care. We're Central Heating and Air.
Well, Michael, I want to thank you for your time, but unfortunately, we can't offer you the position.
Why?
Well, we got the results of your background check, and quite frankly, we were concerned.
About what?
Apparently, you were arrested for throwing a shopping cart at a customer?
In my defense, he had it coming.
At Horizon Background Screening, we find things that other companies don't. That's why companies that use us make smarter hiring decisions. Don't let the wrong hire put your company at risk. Get the real story on your candidates at horizonscreening.com.
Hey Atlanta, it's Ben, host of the Weekend Ben Burnett Show, proudly brought to you by Peach State Pride. Each and every weekend, we bring you all the issues going on around the globe and what America's ultimate role is in order to drive our agenda forward as conservatives. And if you ever miss an episode, you can download everything I've ever done on Apple, Spotify, or you can go to the podcast park. See you around, Atlanta.
Jim Niarchos here with exciting news. The All Four Seasons Home Show returns to Atlanta Radio this Saturday morning at 9, bringing you advice and tips from some of Georgia's top business owners. Join Dan Watkins and myself when we will be helping you make smarter purchases, save money, and keep from getting ripped off. That's the All Four Seasons Home Show every Saturday morning at 9, right here on Extra 106.3.
The Atlanta Braves are committed to telling the stories of players both on and off the field and are proud to present Always Believe, the Ozzie Albies story, presented by Harris Cherokee Casinos. Viewers get an up-close and personal look into Ozzie's life, including his upbringing in Curacao, the Ozzie Albies Foundation, and how he has become one of the most beloved and successful second basemen in Atlanta Braves history.
Don't give up on your dreams. Keep working hard. You got to go get it.
Head to youtube.com/Braves to stream the documentary today.
Hey there, I'm Tara, owner and publisher of Our Town Monthly Magazine, where you'll find familiar faces, local voices, and community businesses like Northwest Pediatric Care.
Hi, I am Dr. Figaro. Northwest Pediatric Care is a primary care medical home for infants, children, and young adults. We see patients from birth to age 21. We are located in Lake Point Professional Center, and our practice consists of 2 board-certified providers, myself and pediatric nurse practitioner Cora Crumby. We are excited to bring our brand and exceptional medical care to Ackworth and the surrounding community.
I am nurse practitioner Cora. We are vaccine friendly and welcome the opportunity to discuss vaccine choices with our parents. We are open Monday through Friday and some Saturdays. You can look us up on Facebook, Instagram, and our website at nwpediatriccare.com.
Thanks so much. As a mother of 3, I'm thrilled to help spread the word of Northwest Pediatric Care. Friends, make an appointment today and tell them Our Town sent you.
Election coverage is more than polls and numbers. It's about what matters in your life and your community. And Atlanta's only conservative news and talk station cares about your community, your voice, and most importantly, your vote. So keep it all here for the latest and download the Extra 106.3 app and keep up with Atlanta's only conservative voice.
These people must be Democrats. These people must be crazy. 1 in 16 Americans believe, you know how today is Friday, we're going to get the weekend, we got Saturday and Sunday to recuperate and spend time with family doing the things that we want to do. 1 in 16 of your fellow Americans believe that we should have a 7-day work week. 7-day work week. About 45% of your fellow Americans believe that we're right where we need to be at 5 days. I'm an advocate of the 4-day work week. I want to draft either Monday or Friday into the weekend. About 37% of Americans are okay with that. But 1 in 16, Rhino, 1 in 16 people believe we should not have a weekend. We should work 7 days a week. 1 in 16.
That person should be like sent away. Go work in a work camp somewhere. Go to China. Go somewhere else, you communists.
The liberals, the communists, the socialists.
Yes.
That's right, Los. We're Los under the weather today, but checking in with wisdom that we didn't even know was coming our way.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it.
Yeah.
Dude, front office Lowe's is always the greatest. Hit him again. What'd he say? Who thinks it should be a 7-day work week?
The liberals, the communists, the socialists.
Oh, man.
And he's dead on. Those people have to be. That's who it has to be. I can't think of anybody else that thinks that that's a good idea. 7-day work week. That's stupid.
Yeah.
That's stupid. Whoever. Oh, my God. That's so insane. 404-741-1230. If you are a liberal, a socialist, or a communist that believes we should have a 7-day work week, please call in because we would.
What would be the point of that? Like the only way I'd ever work 7 days is for myself.
Yeah, like if you owned a business.
Right. Like I might work 7 days for myself.
Yes, absolutely.
But even then, I'm like, yeah, I'm taking next week off, though.
Because you got to, right? Because you're going to burn yourself out. Look, but people who are dedicated to growing their business, dedicated to changing their lives.
I work 7 days a week.
In the future of their families' lives, they work 7 days a week and build their business. I got to tell you, I work 7 days a week, too. Already.
Yeah,
I do already do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all do it.
But luckily, though, some of us only have to work 4 hours on a Monday some days, and even though some Tuesdays we're working 8 or 9 hours, even though you guys don't hear it all.
Yeah,
like Tug doesn't stop. Like I look over at Tug, I'm like, I don't know why he's like Carlos. At least like goes 10 o'clock piece. I'm out. I'm gonna go home and work. Like he'll go home and work. Like he's not skating free, but he knows. Tug hasn't figured out the longer he stays here, the more people are going to come up and go, can you do this? Can you do that? Can you do this?
I think that's why.
But Tug also has to, because I think
I don't think I have a choice.
Like they want to see Tug. They want to see Tug working. He's got a desk for that reason. You should give up that desk.
I don't know how to. I would auction
Here's what I would do
for charity or something. If I could
be like, hey, Mike Key in promotions, he needs more room.
He does. Let's give him a double desk.
Because if he has a desk and you lose one.
Then it gives you an out.
Then they don't expect you to be here. Be like, where am I going to sit?
It does give you an out. I agree with you, man.
I've been doing that with Flounder. Flounder goes over to the desk because we share a desk, Flounder and I.
Yeah.
And he's over there. He's like, I'm working on stuff. And I'm like, well, then I guess I got to go home.
Yeah, seriously, I can't be anyway. But that's another thing you do. Like you work from home a lot too.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not like you're not doing anything.
I just like to sit around the dogs, sit around in the sun.
Dude, if you're going to work it, that's
with
the way
my computer,
to do it. Yeah.
reading stories, cutting up sound, putting it in. Like, at least, like I'm not going home some days. I just go home and nap.
But we all do, right? Because we get up at freaking 4 in the morning. Sometimes earlier, depending on the day, Like, our listeners, they work so much harder than we do, I think. A lot of them. Like driving trucks all around. Like, I don't know how some of these truck drivers do it. Dude,
I don't know how Goat Redneck Poe gets up at 2 a.m. every morning.
That dude's got another book coming out.
And I used to do that.
That dude's got another book coming out.
That dude don't stop writing stuff.
Dude, he's got more rhymes in his head than freaking
I don't know if you should
Dr.
be concerned. Like, people who have, like, those kind of crazy rhyming things in their head, that almost sounds scary, doesn't it?
Yeah, Dr. Seuss was a wacko.
But that's
why. Yeah, so maybe it's a bad comparison because I don't think Goat Redneck Poet's not a wacko.
Have you read some of his poems?
Well, there's been a couple. Yes.
He's a little wacko in a good way.
He likes bourbon, though. He likes bourbon. I think that's
the crazier you are, like, he gets it out in a book, which is a good thing.
Yeah.
So go get the book because that's where all the craziness happens in his books. Go to Amazon and find.
Yeah, definitely go buy his book.
Buy all of his books.
I think it is really cool to do that.
I buy crazy people books. I read Mein Kampf. That's from a crazy man.
Oh, no kidding.
I still read it.
No, I know.
I want to know what's in these people's mind.
No, you're right. And I admire that about you and Los. You both can do that. I can't. I have to protect my mind.
Yeah.
I try not to.
You're not weak-minded. You're not like one of those people who I'd worry about.
No, but it's
You're
almost
not like one of these idiot kids who's like, I'm gay and I love Hamas.
No, but it's like speaking things into existence, I do believe. And when I just don't like to let my mind be infiltrated with things that poison your mind.
Yeah.
That's the reason I don't like particular types of movies. That's, like...
Gotta decompress with this job.
Yes, you do, Joe. You do. I feel like I have bad news going into my head every day, and I find outlets other places, so I can't read things like Mein Kampf. I couldn't do it. I couldn't bring myself to do it. It is allowing evil into my mind, and I just can't do it. I admire you and Los because I pick your brains about it. I'm like, okay, what was said about this? What was said about that? And I don't know, man. It's gross. All that stuff grosses me out. It really does. And that's why I so rely on Rhino and Los for that kind of stuff, because they get in the weeds, man. Yeah. They read the stuff that I just cannot bring myself to read, and I admire it like crazy. Anyway, that'll do it for us. We appreciate you being here. Support the advertisers that you hear on the station. If you don't need a new roof, don't buy a new roof. If you don't need a new AR, don't buy a new AR. If you don't need a new lawnmower, don't buy a new lawnmower. But if you need a good or a service that you hear advertised on Extra 106.3, give them the first shot at earning your business. Thank you for supporting conservative thought, discussion, and ideas. Thank you so much for being here on the Morning Extra. For Los, for Rhino, for Bordop, Goey, Virgin River, I'm Tug. Y'all come back now. You hear? The legend Neil Bortz is only on Extra 106.3. Hey, it's Tug, and here's what you missed from the Talkmaster.
They should pay their fair share. Boy, do the Democrats and the left love that phrase. People should pay their fair share. The facts are ignored to promote Democrat slogans.
Catch Neil's commentary every day on Extra 106.3 or listen anytime on the Extra 106.3 app.